Good evening, neighbors. It's good to see you all here tonight. Thank you for participating in your local government. My name's Leah Case. I'm the chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, and I'm going to call this meeting to order and ask the secretary to call roll of the Parks members.
Sorry about that, Chairperson Welch. Vice Chair Kimbrough.
Wrong board, but we can go that way if you want.
I'm starting with the OZAC.
Okay, that's
Open
fine.
space.
I'm here.
Perfect. Member Martinovich. Member Kimbrough.
Here.
Member Galleri. Here. Member Burge.
Here.
Member Curry.
Here.
A quorum is present. And then from the Parks and Recreation Commission, Chairperson Case.
Present.
Vice Chair Meyer.
I'm here.
Commissioner Schutte.
Here.
Commissioner Whitefield.
Here.
Commissioner Caldwell.
Here.
Commissioner Wilkie McCulloch.
Here.
Commissioner Kiever.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Excuse me? Anderson is here too, for OSAC.
Oh, I apologize.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Okay, so bear with us tonight, obviously. There's going to be some time that's going to be taken up a little more than what we're used to for a crowd like this. It makes it, this is great to be on the board to see this much public participation on something that's been worked on for years, though. So a lot of work went into this before today. So things have changed with the COVID changes. In the past, you could only comment at the beginning and the end. Tonight, you can comment at the beginning, but we prefer it if you comment it when it comes up as an agenda item. But you didn't know that. So I know that there's some art people here that are second in line. And there's a lot of people who are going to talk before the art folks talk. So I want to explain that so you understand that if you're with art, you'd comment at the beginning instead of wait till it's on the agenda item if you didn't want to be here till late tonight. Because everybody's going to have to understand that 3 minutes times this number is a little bit of time. So we'll see how that works out. And hopefully as we work through this, as you see, you're saying the same things, that we try not to repeat it too often, or a really quick, I support this, or something to minimize that towards the end as we start gathering comments that you'll see might start to look like something that people are all saying the same thing. So that's where we're at. So I'm going to call for public comments at the beginning. Oh, let's do this first. I'm going to take it out of whack here just so I don't. There's approval of the minutes for the Open Space Committee. Can I take that out of order just to get that business over with so I don't wait through all the comments?
Mr. Chair, I would start with the public comment.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, so we'll do that. So I'm going to call for public comment, and there's 3 chairs up here. Now, the best thing to do this, to speed this along, is that this chair, not necessarily to talk, they're all 3 talking chairs, but we're going to have you come up as they're empty, come up yourself and take a chair so that I have 2 people in line with 1 person talking. No. Uh-oh, that's... I compliment you for being creative there, but that's...
Okay, now there's 4 chairs.
Now there's 4 chairs for everybody to sit in so that we can move this along as quick as we can. And so we can pay attention to each person's comments. So if people come forward as they want, I mean, if you want to come up now and sit in your seat, you already had, so that would be all right. So what I'm inviting is for 4 people to come forward and sit. And as when you're done talking, you move. And as people move forward, and we move that forward the best that we can so that we have this the best organized that we can.
Mr. Chair, are you going to call them in off of the list that
Well,
signed
we
in?
decided that not knowing where they're sitting, what they're doing, and let the people that just come up and talk with all 4 of them. We'll check their name off as they announce this, rather than go through the list. I mean, they're still going to have the opportunity to talk, and the ones that want to talk the most will have that chance. And people can listen to what each person's saying. So we'll start with this chair here, and we keep moving this way. Your
My name is
first.
John Vitale. I live at 678 Derby Court in Carson City, just off of Longview, and I'm here to talk about the park that's right close to us off of Woodford. Do you have a question?
I need to, I'm sorry, the 3-minute time thing.
This won't take 3 minutes.
Oh, there it is.
This'll-
Oh, I got it sitting right from you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there was talk about, there's an area in our park right off of Waterford where people are allowed to have their dogs run without a leash. And there's talk about requiring a leash in that area. I always walk my dog with a leash because if he sees a rabbit, he's gone. But as far as requiring a leash, I'm 100% opposed to that in that area. Those people have caused no problems at all for me or anybody else. They enjoy the day by allowing themselves to get together and let their dogs run, and they don't cause any problems. So I'm a leash user, but I'm 100% opposed to requiring leases.
Do you
End
know
of
the
story.
name of that park?
Say again?
Did you know the name of that park?
Yeah, it's, I think Long Ranch Park. It's
All
up on Longview in Kings Canyon Highlands, up in that area.
And I really would appreciate if everyone wouldn't applaud. I mean, we'll know by the amount of comments how much support there is for that, so we can move that along. That helps a little bit with these public meetings. Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is, excuse me, Craig Swope, representing Friends of Silver Saddle Ranch. And our board voted unanimously in support of the policy as it relates to Silver Saddle, the policy in general. We like the idea of a leash around the Silver Saddle property itself, and that the leashing around the pastures is also a good idea to reduce conflict. But for most of the trails and for most of the hiking at the Silver Saddle, we think off-leash is good. We like the idea of everybody having a leash, even if they're running off-leash. So that's it. Our board thought it was a good idea.
Thank you.
My name's John Barrett. I live at 609 Highland Street, and I'm also opposed, like the gentleman at the other end, to this. I take my dog Dodie, and my wife takes her to every park in this community, and it's just not a good policy, in my opinion, to have dogs on leash all the time. If it's required, like in certain spots, that's one thing. I go to Long Ranch quite a bit, so I also feel it shouldn't be there. I also go to Sonoma, which I understand is left off of this because it's enclosed. But anyway, opposed to the leash idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Haas, and I'm a 19-year resident of Carson City. Pardon?
Press the button to turn your microphone on.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Haas, and I'm a 19-year resident of Carson City, and I'm a responsible citizen, and I'm a steward of the environment. I live in the neighborhood across from Centennial Park. I'm a Mutt-Mitt Station volunteer for the Fifth Street Trailhead. My dog Boulder and I carry our own poop bags. I pick up trash, and I use my turn signal. I love Carson City's quality of life initiatives, but quality of life comes in many flavors. The parks I frequent the most are Centennial and Silver Saddle. Two of my greatest joys are walking my dog on a leash from the outside of the parking area at Silver Saddle to the red house zone between the pastures. The other joy is walking my dog on a leash after work on the paved road that circles the ball fields at Centennial Park. It's perfect for winter evenings when it gets dark early after work, and it provides a safe place free of rattlesnakes. I pick up trash when I'm there because I have some skin in the game. That's my park. And this is from Saturday, Centennial, from the special users, and that was just half of the park because it got too heavy and there were cars parked there for the ball game. But it's not about the trash. Your proposed regs were based on feedback from residents who responded to the survey. The population of Carson City is upwards of 58,000 people. What percentage of the population of Carson City responded to that dog survey? What percentage of the population lodges complaints about dogs? Your 2-year study and the 5 meetings, this draft feels like it's a foregone conclusion, and that makes me really sad. I ask that the proposed regulations not be recommended or at least be revised. I'm asking for a solution that's a compromise, one that's a little less draconian. I'm asking that you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. My observations on your draft report. What would the alternative direction to staff consist of if this were not approved? Can we weigh those two issues? Can you focus more on the education, signage, stewardship volunteers, and less on additional regulations they're going to be hell to enforce if you can't enforce what you have now? Dogs must be leashed on all trailheads. How far past the trailhead can they be let off leash? Who will monitor and regulate that? How will that work at Riverview Park Trailhead? How do bike riders manage their dogs with the leash rule at the trailheads? The Wild Horse Trailhead is approved for dogs on leash, and beyond that, they're allowed off leash. How does one access the trailhead unless they drive into the park? Parking is often limited during the ball season. Access to the trailhead for the walking public with the dog is prohibited from Arrowhead Drive. At the Silver Saddle entrance, the new multi-use path leads right to the Red House, where dogs are now going to be prohibited.
10 seconds for you.
Does this rule apply to the board members of Silver Saddle? Does it apply to the ranch hand's dog? If your decision is to approve the draft anyway, I'm requesting an easement through Centennial be allowed just on the paved road loop. I'm requesting dogs be
Ms.
allowed
Haas,
on
Ms. Haas,
leash
thank you.
at the
If you
Red
could submit
House
the rest of your
between the
comments in
pastures and Silver
writing,
Saddle.
we'll
One
make
more
sure they
sentence.
get on the minutes, I'm sure.
Here, thank you. Just this last bit right here with the stars. Thank you.
This last bit with the stars.
But wait a second. Yeah, thank you for your service too. I mean, as the work you do for the Parks Department is greatly appreciated, and us that use the trails. And I just want to make sure to make that point for you.
Hi, I'm Ellen DeChristopher. Is this on? There we go. I'm Ellen DeChristopher. My comments are specifically related to Long Ranch. I have already submitted a letter, which thank you for that opportunity. And I am in disagreement with taking away the off-leash. I'm in full agreement with how this park has always been designed and utilized. It's been working splendidly for years. The thing that I wanted, and I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, but I think one thing that was very difficult for people to respond to the surveys and respond in specific to this meeting, the proposals, we don't know what the catalyst was for wanting to take away off-leash area, which is the east side of Long Ranch Park. So it's very difficult to have a meaningful dialogue on it without knowing it. Having said that, I would like to finish an amen, sister. If your decision is to approve the draft anyway, I am requesting an easement through Centennial be allowed just along the paved road or loop. I am requesting dogs be allowed on leash at the Red House and between the pastures at SSR when it won't interfere with ranching. Maybe better fencing around the pastures would be a good solution. The director's special powers can enact a temporary restriction during calving season, and reroute dogs on leash around the pastures to the right of the yard. Thank you for your consideration and allowing me to voice my concerns. And thank you. We know it's a lot of work. Appreciate you giving us these opportunities for input.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Debbie Hope, and I am a resident of Kings Canyon Meadows in Kings Canyon near the Long Ranch Park off of Longview. I've lived there for over 20 years and had a dog for probably 15 of those years. I sent a letter, and I agree with everything everyone said so far. And I also just want to say that I am strongly opposed to the section of the proposed draft dog rules and regulations policy, which will require dogs to be on leash in all areas of Long Ranch Park and trails. The staff report for the Open Space Advisory dated July 18th states the board's strategic goal is quality of life. However, the proposed rules will severely impact the quality of life for the large group of Kings Canyon residents and their dogs who visit Long Ranch Park on a regular basis. It's a beautiful place for neighbors to socialize with each other while our dogs run, play, or just rest together. I have made several close friends as a result of our time spent in the off-leash section of the park with our dogs, especially in summertime. It's wonderful to have a park within walking distance of our homes where we can relax and visit with our dogs while they enjoy the grass and shade. We all take the responsibility to pick up our dog waste very seriously, and the grass area where we meet stays very clean. Large and small dogs all play together happily in our park and don't cause any problems for anyone. The dogs are all very friendly, obedient, and well-behaved. I'll be happy to provide photos and videos upon request, and I did send in some photos. Dogs need to be able to run and exercise, and for many senior, handicapped, or non-athletic dog owners who can't run or ride a bike, the only way they can provide this exercise for their dogs is by letting them retrieve a ball or a frisbee or run with other dogs. Please don't take this freedom away from us. I also noticed that the text in the attachment needs to be corrected to say the Long Ranch Park trails are off-leash. There's a green square designating they're off-leash, but it says on-leash, and hopefully that's a typo and will be fixed because that's also a great place to walk with your dogs. So, yeah, I just really hope you leave Long Ranch Park alone and the trails, keep it as it is. And if somebody's breaking the rules, I'd rather see them be accountable for their own behavior. You don't punish the whole school district because one kid didn't do their homework.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Please help with the applause, not you. You're fine. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Barbara Singer, 2175 St.
Push the button, Barbara.
Which button? Thanks, Ms. Singer.
Hi, sorry. Barbara Singer, 2175 St. George Way. I'm also in the Long Ranch Park discussion. And I just wanted to say, you've heard all about how great and wonderful our park is, but we're very lucky in the sense that it is a long park, which means that we have swings and play areas at one end, and we have open space at the end near Thames. So that why not think about keeping that area where the grass is, where we can throw the Frisbee, where the dogs can run, and keep that in that area. And then, yes, in the area where the playground is, fine, we could just keep our dogs on leash when we walk around, but there's just the two open areas. If you can only do one, do the one down by Thames, because sometimes there were soccer teams that would play there and practice there, and baseball, kids playing baseball and stuff. That's fine. One little area, that's all we're asking for. You have Sonoma Park, which very far in the other direction. You have Fuji Park down in the other direction, which isn't great, let me say, okay? And here we are, quality of life. We've been through it, and I hope that you will leave the park like it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sheila Bridges. I am well, first of all, I want to say I'm a fifth-generation native Nevadan. I attended in 1969 Corbett School and kindergarten there in first grade. And so, you know, my roots run deep here in Carson City. And I have a question. I also want to talk about rocks, and I put that on the sheet. Did we talk about rocks in the second session? Okay, so I'm going to talk about the dogs right now. And I'm in the Northridge area. I used to live on Baker Drive many years, and the Sonoma Park was great. And then I moved over to Ridgefield Drive, and there's the Steinheimer Park, and I may be pronouncing it wrong. I don't say the name of the park very often. But when I moved there, my dog had just passed away, and I asked, you know, I met people, you know, what's the dog community like? Oh, we have a park, and if you don't have a dog, we just assume you weren't, you know, you don't come. We want you with a dog and off leash, and it's an open park. And they were joking, of course, but we're a community. We have potlucks there. Our dogs play there. Whether you have a dog or don't have a dog, it doesn't have a swing set. It doesn't have play area. It's just a beautiful park where people can hang out and they can bring their dogs. I've never seen a problem. People communicate with each other. And you know, sure enough, it's on the list to make it on leash now. And when I look at some of the people, when I'm looking at you guys, I really get the feeling this has already been decided. I hope that's not the case. But if this has already been decided and we're all here, and we're all giving our feedback. Maybe we didn't get a survey. Maybe we didn't fill out a survey, but we're here. And it's like, who are you going to listen to? You going to listen to the people that show up here and give our reasons? Or you're going to listen to some anonymous person who filled out a survey because they don't like dogs, and maybe they've lived here for 5 minutes. So it would just be, it's like, you know, how much joy do you want to take away from people? We are responsible. We don't need more regulations. We don't need constant regulations. And what's going to happen when people are on the waterfall trail and one person sees somebody with the dog off leash and another person decides to call 911, and then pretty soon we have the police called all the time because dogs are off leash? Because I can guarantee you that's what's going to happen. Because that's what happens when things like this are enacted and it infringes on freedoms that we've had. And then The next thing you know, people are fighting and they're calling the police on each other, and it gets really ugly. And what's the reason? And we do want to know the rationale.
You're down
What
to
started
5
this?
seconds.
Thank you. I'm done. I'll come back and talk about rocks.
Please, and I want to defend these two boards. We're volunteers. We have our heart and soul in this community and spent years doing here, and I can assure you this is not a done deal. We work very hard to listen to these people and work on these policies and spent a lot of discussion. So I hope that is never a message that came out that this is a done deal by any means. So thank you, though.
All right. Can you hear me? All right. Thanks for reassuring us, Mark, with that. I appreciate it. My name's Taylor Phillips. I'm a local to Carson. Born and raised, I've moved all over the country, and I worked at the airlines for a few years, and I left a pretty well-paying job at the airlines, basically for Carson City, came back here, and now I am a corporate pilot at the airport. I've also been an advocate of animals and have worked with guide dogs for the blind, and now I'm proud to say that we have a 1-year-old puppy who's really well-trained, good recall command, and he's cuter than all the other dogs. Anyways, the point that I'm getting at is quality of life is pretty important, and I would say that the issues that have probably arisen in the past, I would almost guarantee are statistical outliers. And I think that whatever big umbrella policy that's going to be enacted, or at least is being talked about being enacted, is probably a poor way of dealing with that. So I'd like to second what the others have been saying about, we really do need to take a smaller approach and look at more individual cases to really get better solutions. Our dog does really well off leash and loves to play fetch, and I think all the community members that we've met at these parks have just been really influential, and we've really been enjoying their company. So, yeah, please maintain that quality of life and don't make a brash decision. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have to turn that on. Okay, my name's Maggie Stillwell. I've lived in Carson City for 30 years. I am here actually to represent the equestrians and the horseback riding contingency of the valley. And as you probably know, the Riverview Park, Silver Saddle, the whole trail system, the river trail system, has become known to the horse people in Gardnerville. They trailer up here. Reno people are coming here, and I take pictures, and I don't want them to come here, but they come here, they see my pictures. Where is that? Where is that? That looks great. But so as a horseback rider, I have two points to make. First, I've been riding in the Riverview Park for 30 years, since it was really before it was much of a park at all. And I've never had trouble with dogs off leash. And I say that with some weight, because if I'm on a horse and there's loose dogs around, I'm very vulnerable actually in that situation. I do have my 2 stock dogs with me, and I have another point with that. But the reason I take my stock dogs is they divert the loose dogs from my horse, and the other dogs will go say hi to my dogs say hi, and on we go. My dogs stick with me. They're working dogs, and they're ranch dogs, and so I have a point there as far as your categories of dogs. You have service dogs, and then you have everything else. I think there needs to be a category for working dogs. There are working dogs that are either in training or working with stock or whatever. They're used to cattle, sheep, whatever. So I think that should be maybe considered as a category. The other thing I think you need to consider as a category is you're assuming everybody's on foot when you're coming up with these leash laws, and I'm not. I'm not on foot. I cannot have my dog on leash. I do cut down past the red house, sorry to say, but I do, and my dogs know cows. They stay right on the path with me. They don't wander. They have immediate recall, as a lot of working dogs do. So those were my 2 points. I want to thank everybody here who does control their dog when I come along. And honestly, I think in 30 years, I've only had one person where I've had to say, get your dog away from me. because it was charging my horse specifically. But most people that I come across, I rode today down there, and everybody down there would grab their dog's collar until we passed. And I really appreciate that because I'm fairly vulnerable. So anyway, that's my points.
Perfect timing. Thank you. There's a chair open, folks. 2 chairs open now.
I'm America Ojvolk. I live on the east side of town by the Mexican Ditch Trail and the Prison Hill Trail. I'm on those trails every day because I'm one of the volunteers who stuffs the poop bags in the poop bag receptacles. And my comment is specifically on page 2 of the voice command, voice control. In it, it says that you have to remain 10 feet from any other person other than the owner. I also hike many of the trails, Ash Canyon, Kings Canyon. Those trails are 3 feet wide and on very steep embankments. There is nowhere for me to scramble that I can get 10 feet away from another person. And we just all hold our dogs and everyone politely passes each other. So I don't know who wrote that, but it is impossible to do. And if you do that, you are going to be banning my dog from that trail. The second thing is, the same thing in the valley, like the Mexican Ditch area, those trails are 10 feet wide. And I will move my dog to the side if I need to. But we now have bicycles that have motors that seem not to be called motorized vehicles. They're called e-bikes. And they can go 20 miles an hour. Now, I'll do the math for you, but at 20 miles an hour, a bike moves 10 yards every second. The visibility on some of these trails is 20 to 30 to 40 yards. I have 2 to 4 seconds to move out of the way. I have a 15-year-old dog. She does not move that fast. I cannot get out of the way and comply with this. So I'd like you to consider that some people cannot comply with this rule and that it's an inappropriate part of the suggestion here to have that on there. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Svetlana Grabelnikov. Oh, can you hear me now? And I live and work in Carson City, and I'm a dog owner. So I am completely against this proposal. First of all, I do not understand why we need to write more policies for what's already in the municipal code and it's sufficient. Second, what triggered it indeed? We haven't heard of any documented increase in dog attacks anytime recently. And if you're referring to the so-called study on dog waste and waterways, I must note that I still haven't been able to receive any comment on what measures were taken to differentiate from dog waste and coyote waste. Then I see that there is a fiscal impact mentioned. Well, I have to remind you guys that we have more important, more pressing issues in the city. The city is in desperate need of another high school. There is a housing crisis. Well, surely there are other places we could spend our money rather than, dog poop. Hell, there's still no storm drainage in my neighborhood, yet I get a bill every quarter. And also, what is most important, do you know how many dogs we have in Carson City? According to Humane Society, just the registered ones, 1 in every 6 households. That's about 10,000 dogs. 10,000 people you're discriminating against for no reason. What's the alternative? The proposed 2 dog parks cannot house 10,000 animals because, well, it's animal cruelty. They just physically wouldn't fit. And the last point I would like to make is I would like to remind everybody that we're talking about public lands. Public lands belong to the public, not the agencies, not the functions. They belong to us people. So I would very much appreciate if you guys please stop telling us what we can and cannot do on our land. And I don't know, go cleanse the desert maybe.
You done?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it doesn't look like I will be getting any answers to my questions at this point, so.
Well, otherwise we'd be here till midnight. So this is a listening part of our program. So
Well,
we're
like I said,
listening.
can you please
thank you.
remember this is
Yeah.
public lands? Yes, so please stop telling us what and what not to do there.
Thank you for the
Because your
comment.
job is to maintain. And I would still like to know what triggered this. Why are we here for this reason?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joan Wright, 411 West 4th Street. My husband and I alternate taking our very energetic dog to the Longview Park and trails every day. She needs to go every day. But this year, we will both be in our 70s, and this map makes it look like there are lots of places we could take a dog off leash, but you try to get there when you're older. So you need to take into account having places where you can throw a ball when you're not particularly ambulatory yourself. So I don't think there's anything wrong with Longview Park. It works really well. I have met wonderful people there. My dog gets her energy out. I get a nice walk. And there's no reason to change that. So I want to make sure that you know that. I also don't think that it's right that you act with this error in the exhibits where the Long Ranch Park Trails is a green square but says on leash. It should be a yellow square. So it doesn't really, I almost didn't come thinking that it was, some of this was corrected. Then I realized it was a mistake. So I don't know if that's good public notice if you have that kind of error in your exhibits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm
Try again. There you go.
Hi, I'm Christy Kraft, 4125 Lapeer Drive, and I want to discuss Sonoma Dog Park. I'm fairly new going there, and my observations, there's a good crowd there, usually 15, 30 dogs at any given time, and it's a very quiet, peaceful crowd has been my observations. Having been going the last 2 months, various times of the day, and generally, there's just, the people tend to know each other. They know the dogs' names, and the crowds, being that it's a very popular park, and the crowds, in the mornings, they hang out on the east side where the shade is, and then they gravitate to the end of the day to the west side where the shade is. And this is where my comment is. An incident at this park 10 days ago, Friday, July 10th, about 7 p.m. I was sitting on a park bench there in the shade with 2 other people and 3 gentlemen standing nearby, 2 of them standing in the back. And we were all just, I barely knew the people next to me, a little chit chat, and dogs are well behaved. My dogs, I have 3 labs. Nobody has ever heard them bark before. They are extremely well behaved. Anyways, long story short, cops came up, we got harassed by 6 cops, detained us, and told us that we were being detained. We did not have a right to leave. We were doing absolutely nothing. Starts off with 2 cops, right after that, 2 more cop cars racing up, lights flashing, they surround the park, and it was ridiculous. And then there was one young rookie cop, Officer Arison, immediately walked up to me and said, "You regularly are here and you incite the dogs to bark on a regular basis."
You're running out of time now.
Okay.
You've got quite the
Anyways,
story there, but you're
so
running out of time.
That's police are just out of line, and this is a well-behaved crowd there, and this incidents like this, the police
Thank you.
should not be doing this.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I understand.
Is it okay, folks, if we start with you next, so that way we're
Go
back
ahead.
in order?
Let's keep in order.
Perfect,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah, that's
Went
fine.
backwards.
Hi, my name is Chris Pattison. For the record, Carson City resident. I've been here a long time, actually all my life, and I've never seen any problems with dogs in this area. I don't have working dogs myself, but we do have hunting dog, German short-hair pointers. I don't know if you guys know a lot about hunting breeds. They need room to run. They have to have it. They will destroy your home if you don't have it. That's what a lot of these dogs need, is they need the exercise. because most of us, if not all of us here, are dog families. They need to be able to be allowed off leash and have that exercise. And these zones that you're going to restrict or proposing to restrict dog access to, these no dogs, they're the best areas. They're perfect areas for the dogs to be at. And that's where most of us go. So for example, working dogs on the mind, this area where the ranch is, it says no dogs in the draft. Well, what about the dogs that they have working the ranches? They have to have their dogs there to work the cattle. We do know that there was an incident there with the dog off leash that wasn't used to cattle, and I think maybe that's part of why this is happening. That dog did attack a cow, but if we had a little bit stricter regulations or allowances for what to do for unruly animals, that might not have happened, or at least signage. There's a lot of other ways to mitigate this issue without having these drastic changes. This area at Kings Canyon that you're proposing no dogs, all of us that are locals here, been here a long time, take our dogs up there. That's a perfect area. It's a beautiful place to take our dogs. And this whole red line here where you're proposing not to allow dogs, I personally don't see a reason for it. This is where we let dogs run around freely, on leash and off a leash, no problems. I think the big problem that's happening, though, is people not picking up after their dogs, or when they do, they put it in bags and leave the bags on the ground. I don't know what way to take care of that other than get rid of the stations, because, it'll biodegrade. So if it's in a bag, it's not going anywhere. If it's not in a bag, it'll go away. So that's about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more time. Press that button one more time. There you go.
My name is Paul Johnson, 1119 Stagecoach Lane, Carson City. I think I'm in the minority here. I've lived here 22 years. I'm not sure where this idea came from to juggle all these rules. I thought the present system was working pretty well. After reading through this, it appears to me you're allowing dogs in almost all the parks, even, they'd be on leash presumably, but you're allowing them mostly in all the parks. And I think that's going to present problems. We already have a problem with people bringing dogs into parks where there's already signage that says no dogs allowed. I'm especially concerned about dogs in parks with small children. I'm most familiar with Carriage Square and John Mankins parks, where they have play equipment for small children. And I think having dogs around, even on leash with little kids, is going to invite a bite, a tripping accident, a collision, and somebody's going to get hurt. I don't object to dogs. My family had a dog for 12 years, a great yellow lab. She was wonderful with our kids. And but I do object to people who are not responsible and don't take care of their dogs, don't restrain them, don't pick up after them. All you have to do is hike up to Ash Canyon, Mexican Ditch, Prison Hill, and people aren't picking, and not everybody is picking up their droppings. I'm sure some people do, but it's not consistent. I had to laugh when I saw your definition of a voice command, a dog under voice command control. My wife and I walk up on the west side a lot behind the college. I have never seen a dog under voice command that meets your definition that's in this paper, meaning the dog comes to you and stays within 10 feet of you. It doesn't happen. The only dogs I've ever seen who meet that definition are the sheriff's canine units. So I think dogs are appropriate in some of the parks, and I think they're already good where they are, but in some of the smaller parks in the neighborhoods, I don't think it's a good mix. And I think you're setting up a situation where there's going to be conflicts with dogs and little kids, and it'll probably be a small kid that gets hurt. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Did you sign in one of the sheets?
I'm probably not on the list, no.
If you don't mind, just signing in so we have your email so we can get back to you.
I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you. Go ahead, hon.
Hi, my name is Veronica Gallus. I'm one of those people who needs to sign in afterwards as well. So I live on the east side by the Mexican Ditch, and I just want to make a couple comments. One about the survey. I didn't know there was a survey. I don't know where it went out. Did it go on Carson Now? Did it did you guys have, I mean, I hike a lot of trails and take my dogs to a lot of the parks, but I don't recall ever seeing like a sheet of paper with a QR code that I could, at all the parks, so that you actually heard from the people who utilize the park. So I am curious about what the communication was about whatever survey. Because I hear, it sounds like you've been working on this for a year, and it was Facebook last night. That's the very first time that I heard about this. So communication to me may have been lacking. I don't know that for the fact. I could be at fault as well. I could have not paid attention to something that existed because I was paying attention to other things. The other thing I want to comment on is again, I don't know what the impetus was, if there was a problem and this is trying to solve a problem. But to me, if there's a problem and you're trying to solve a problem, regulation is not the way to do that. Bring dog owners together with non-dog owners. Tell us what the problem is. People have mentioned poop. I know that this is not a poop issue, but I live behind the Mexican ditch. I have adopted a half-mile, three-quarter of a mile area, and on a regular basis, I go and pick up poop because I think there might be senior citizens who can't bend over and pick up poop. There might be a person on a bike who their dog has pooped and they don't stop and pick up the bike. So I know you have a system of volunteers filling the poop bags. Well, what about adopt a highway kind of thing? If that, like I said, I know that's not the issue, but what I want to say is, as a dog owner, I'm willing to be a part of a solution if this is trying to solve a problem. And I don't know of any community meeting that has been called to discuss if there's a problem at our parks that is causing this regulation. So again, it seems to me to go from it seems like nothing to 360 to me. I'm wondering what happened in between to engage the community to talk to us before bringing something like greater restrictions to us. So
You're down to 10 seconds. You're
thank
close.
you. And that would be the end. Oh, and the 10-foot rule I think is problematic. 10 feet is crazy.
So if you stick around long enough for this meeting, there'll be some discussion about the survey and some history there, so you'll get that answered when we get away from the public comment and get to that agenda item.
We're going to go down to this end of the table and scoot our way this way, okay?
Hello, can you hear me? Or do I have to touch a button there? You can hear me? Okay. My name's Albert LaBalch. I live at 201 Sussex Place, and that's in the
Is your
Kings
mic on?
Canyon-
It's on. Just get a little closer.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
I see the
okay,
green
I'll
light.
start
There you
over.
go.
My name's Albert LaBalch.
There you go. Thank
I
you.
reside at 201 Sussex Place, and that is in the Kings Canyon Meadows. I went through the document. I'm a computer programmer by profession, and so I came up with things that I found in error in the document. Map Exhibit A is an error. You have private property included in the ordinance. Kings Canyon Meadows is private property, and I've got documents here to show that. I can give that to you afterwards. It was not included in the Planning Commission's rezoning amendment that was passed on the 25th. The proposed need has already been addressed. The current Carson City Parks website currently lists all the parks that have leashes allowed. There's a video there also about park etiquette, and it brings up the sign. It says dogs are allowed and may be on or off leash under the control of their owner. During any organized youth sports practices, dogs must be on a leash. So we have signs up that address the issue. What I'm thinking is that of those 15 sites that have leashes permitted currently, a compromise would be to allow those to remain off leash. So I put those in the document here also. The proposed document says that we're going to go down from 15 currently allowed parks that have off leash down to 3. So my question was parking to support this change to the 3 sites evaluated? And it's going to be an extreme inconvenience to the current residents to have to only go to 3 of the parks. The financial impact was not documented. There's no dollar amounts to enforce what's been presented here. Will we need another park ranger to enforce the code? And what signs will be placed and replaced, and the cost of that was not documented. And one person has already mentioned the trailhead. The parking lot is included in the definition. I'm sure everybody knows what a parking lot is, but the definition for a staging area is ambiguous. I don't know what a staging area is.
You're down to
It's not
5
defined
seconds,
in the
sir.
document.
You're
And I
done.
got 1 minute? Okay.
Nope, you're zeroed out. I'm sorry.
Okay, and
You can submit the rest of your comments in writing. We have an email address. I think it's
Okay.
listed on the top of the agenda.
do I give this to document to anyone?
Go ahead.
For the record, my name is Tom Mix. I've provided comments online, but I'd like to share some of those comments with you tonight. I'm providing comments in strong opposition to the recommendation that Long Ranch Park and the surrounding trails require that dogs be leashed. I've lived in the neighborhood surrounding Long Ranch Park for 15 years. During this time, I've had 5 Labrador Retrievers that enjoyed the park and the surrounding areas. During that time, I've walked my dogs off leash on the trails and the sidewalk and the park without problems or incidents for as many as 3 to 4 times a day, 365 days a year. For me, I get to meet existing and new neighbors, and my dogs get to make a friend. Several years ago, Parks and Recreation divided the park into areas where the dogs needed to be leashed, generally the area where there is a children's play area, and the grass area to the east of the parks where our dogs could be off leash. Over the years, particularly in the afternoon, dog owners meet in this area. It's an area where strong and lasting friendships have been made while our dogs are allowed to play together and exercise. We clean up after our dogs, and we even pick up the dog waste from leashed dogs whose owners don't bother to pick up after them. We have gone out of our way to maintain the park so we don't give Parks and Recreation an excuse to take back the privileges that we currently enjoy. If the area where children are occasionally at play is of concern to Parks and Recreation, my suggestion would be to enclose it with fencing. If, on the other hand, Parks and Recreation feels as though the east side of the park, where the dogs are currently allowed to exercise and play freely among other dogs, wishes to proceed to make it an area where leashes would be required, I would instead suggest that Parks and Recreation enclose the area and maintain it as an area where dogs can be allowed to exercise and play freely unleashed. In closing, my viewpoint and that of many dog owners that I've spoken to feel as though the city is in search of a problem that simply does not exist at Long Ranch Park or the surrounding trails. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more time.
Can you hear me? My name is Colette Bureau. I do live in the Longview Ranch area, but I'm also a realtor and have been for 32 years here in Carson City. So I can speak to quality of life. When people are looking for a home, not just from out of town, but here locally, they take into many things into consideration when they purchase a home. One of the things, not only in the Longview area, but also in Northridge, which offers 2 wonderful parks, and other areas, Sonoma, where they have their dog park. These are areas that people take into consideration along with schools and what is affordable. So what I'm trying to impart on you is when you take a brush and you brush the entire area of Carson City, you have to remember why people come here. We are a town that embraces open space. Very rare. You don't see that in many places. You certainly don't see it in Reno. And I don't think you see it much in Dayton. We really take into a lot of consideration our open areas. When I myself go to the park, I have witnessed people who are invalid, wheelchairs, caregivers pushing elderly, with their little dog on their lap, and then they put the dog down, and what joy it gives them to watch this dog run and play with the other dogs. That's just one of many things. I know for a fact someone's moving into a house today that bought in my subdivision just because of the dog park. It was a huge factor in why they purchased there. So I implore you to really consider, if it ain't broke, why are we fixing it? And again, if you have, those signs are posted. For one, I always have my dog on leash. Last year, I had a very severe hip injury. I had to literally put my dog in the car to get him to the park where he could exercise because I couldn't have him pull me on the leash. So this is one of the few areas that we're able to do that. I don't live by Sonoma, and Sonoma, I have been down there with my dog, is like LA. I mean, it is packed, and that's not the environment I'm looking for. So as a realtor, I'm speaking to you about quality of life. I hope you take all that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. There's some seats open, folks. 3 of them now.
One more time.
3 times. Is that it? Okay. I agree with Jean Barrett at 609 Highland Street in Carson City. And I agree with everything that others have said regarding the leashing of dogs. The reason that people get dogs is so they can run and play with them and enjoy, as Colette said, all of the open space that we have here in Carson City. When John and I travel, we travel with our dog and we check out the facilities that every city has before we go there. And communities and hotels and so many facilities are going out of their way to make dogs welcome in the communities. And I think you need to take that into consideration here as well. I also agree with whoever, I think a couple of people said, I don't see how you enforce this. I don't see how you ensure that the regulations are being followed. So I urge you to really consider how that would happen, because I don't see how it would. And that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ryan Espinoza. We are talking about adding new rules and regulations. Parks Department doesn't even have all of the full rules and regulations covered at parks now. I know there's CCNRs that say there are no unauthorized city signs to be posted at parks. We have them at Sonoma. All the parks are supposed to have signage that says hours of parks from dusk to dawn, whatever those hours are for those parks. Every park is supposed to have that. It's not done. So we're going to add more stuff when we don't even follow the laws, current laws, and enforce the current laws. Makes a lot of sense to me. We have 2 park rangers. We had 3. I know one left. You never see them. They have how many acres to cover? So how are you going to enforce these new rules if we can't even cover the areas we have now to enforce the existing rules? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Things need to be just left alone. More regulation doesn't mean more compliance. We are adults. We should be able to manage ourselves and control ourselves. And the only thing that's going to happen is we are taking up more time from the police for stupid crap. Leave things alone.
Thank you.
Mr. Espinoza, did you sign in? Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Appreciate it. We'll go to the fabulous young lady in the bus shirt. One more time, Ms. Lopez.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margie Lopez, and I'm speaking for myself and my friend Laura Redmond, who's unable to be here. And Laura's been in Carson for 18 years. I've been here for over 10 years. And in that time that I've been walking with Laura, we've probably done over 7,000 dog walks. Some on leash with a pack of probably 10 to 15 dogs, some off leash. I adopted a dog from the Humane Society when I worked there who had severe fear aggression. And I could not take him to a dog park. I would not be able to take him to a fenced dog park. So we worked with my dog. I've had him for 7 years now. We take him up into the hills where our dogs can work as a pack. They could run together. We have never had an incident, not once. Laura is a school teacher. I work for my brother. I manage an apartment complex. I have more poop from leash dogs on Robinson than I've ever seen at a dog park or on a trail. I am picking up poop every single morning. I go out there, I pick up poop. It's a given. But we have rescued dogs. I fostered dogs. We volunteered for Cassie. We volunteered for the Humane Society. We have been active in the community with our dogs. And I just think that having them confined to a leash is not healthy for the dogs. I mean, our dogs have pent-up energy. We get our dogs out every single day, one way or another. But having to take them to a dog park it won't work for my dogs. It just won't work. And I know there's a lot of people whose dogs will not work at a dog park. So I just hope that you give us trails that we can walk on and hike up. I mean, I love going up in the hills and hiking with our dogs, and we have our pack of 15 dogs, and they get along great. When we approach people, if we put our dogs on leashes, we pull them aside. So, a lot of people are intimidated when they see that many dogs. So we pull our dogs aside, we let the people pass. Most of the people want to come up and play with all our dogs because they've never seen that many dogs together when we're walking on the west side. I have pictures, like probably 15 dogs, and they're all on leash. They're all very well behaved. They don't chase after the deer. They don't chase after people. We have people stopping in their cars asking us, like, who are you guys? I've never seen such well-behaved dogs. And these are dogs that probably would have been put to sleep had we not taken them and worked with them. So I just hope that you allow us to have our open space. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And a big thank you to all the people who are out helping us pick up with the bags. That's the number one complaint with pets. It's always that. Of all the discussions and all the time you spend in meetings, it'll always come right down to people's not policing that sometimes, but there's always volunteers backing it up. Thank you for that. Go ahead, sir.
One more time for the green light.
Yeah.
First off, thank you all for listening to us. I was surprised with just how many people showed up tonight. So I know it's going to run longer than you may have wished, but really do appreciate you listening. My name is Charles Reichoff. I represent the concerns of several neighbors up at Kings Canyon. My parents live in Longview, so I really appreciate all the comments. And so I'm not going to duplicate those, but I feel very much in sync with their feelings as well. I returned to Carson City to care for my parents and for the quality of life. I remember walking the family dog at Longview and up Kings Canyon. What a great place to live. My wife and I returned. We brought 2 Labradors, and we came specifically in our area because, in great measure, due to the open space and the sense of freedom. And what we see as a group is it's not going to be the same with these new rules and regulations and the enforcement that will need to come with it. We just ask, hey, please consider, why these changes and make sure that they're common sense. Yeah, I'm sure we'd all like to have it stay the way it always has been. We understand there's some really good reasons why you may be changing things, but we just ask, where possible, let's see common sense rules that visitors and neighbors alike are likely to follow. And that's one of the concerns. I don't think people are going to follow these rules, and that's just hard. I am a natural rule follower. I'd like to see everyone else do their share. Specifically, as a group from Kings Canyon, we do not feel that there was effective communications or feedback before the Kings Canyon dog trail restrictions. We don't understand why there wasn't some of these proposals posted at the trailhead or at these local sites so that people who are using it can see that they're about to be impacted. We really question the common sense and science behind the justification as it relates to water quality. Okay, and I know this is public, but I'll just tell you, someone who understands the science behind that and understands the real value of what's going on, the science behind the bacteria that gets in the water from things like the dogs, guys, that's very, very marginal science. I ask that you consider actually measuring since you already banned dogs, measure the water quality changes, because you now can. But common sense was, why a full ban? Why, obviously, we up at Kings Canyon see the dramatic change with all the new visitors that come up there. We see the busy trails, especially on the weekends. So we just simply ask, hey, why a full ban? Why not ban the waterfall?
You got to close it up. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
You can submit the rest of your comments in writing, Mr. Rykoff.
I will. I mean, so in short, I just ask that you really try to balance the needs of the visitors, the greater community, as well as, the local hikers and
Thank
dog
you.
owners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience.
There's some seats open, folks.
You're on.
If we get with empty seats, then we'll move up the agenda. So just to explain that to you.
Maybe I'm last. Wouldn't that be great? My name is Susan Hoffman, lifelong Carson City resident, and I live near Sonoma Park and have lived there for 30 years. So I've seen that park change. And as was previously stated, it is the mecca of dog walking, dog playing. Everyone comes there. So my thought is, instead of stopping other parks from being off leash, let's fence a few more so that that mass of humanity and dogs that come to Sonoma Park could spread out a little bit and maybe stay in different neighborhoods. And because Sonoma Park is fantastic, and since it was fenced, everyone comes there and everyone gets along and it's great. And I think maybe more of that would be a good way to go. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Hoffman. Did you happen to sign in on our? Thank you so much.
So if there's nobody else coming forward, we're going to move ahead on the agenda, but this is coming up on the agenda, just to remind you of that. So we're not closing public comment because you'll have another opportunity then. But this is about ready to close if nobody comes up here in the next few seconds.
We've got a taker. We've got two.
Nope,
kidding.
we're going to take the way out. All right, well, I'm going to stop the public comment period then, and we're going to move ahead with the agenda. And the next on the agenda is what? Oh, it's okay. Thank you, Leah. Thank you for being next to me. This for possible action. We got approval of minutes for Open Space Advisory Committee. Any comments, or do I have a motion for the minutes from the last meeting? Donna?
Unless there's any comments, I'm going to move to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I got a first, I have a second. Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, call for the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimous. All right, so we through that agenda item. The next. Okay, oh, I didn't see you had minutes on. Oh, because I only have my own.
I'm going to do the same thing for the Parks Commission. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Thank you. Commissioner Kiever moved. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Whitefield. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Kurt. Commissioner Meyer.
All right, now we move to 5A on our agendas for discussion of possible action regarding a recommendation of the Board of Supervisors or staff regarding the draft dog rules and regulations policy. So I'm going to allow Lindsay here, I guess, is going to take the lead, or Jen, did you want to take the lead? Jen's going to take the lead. Jennifer Budge, the boss, actually. So let her take the lead and open this up for this agenda item. So go ahead, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the community. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. Before I start, I just want to thank everyone for their time and their feedback. I had a ton of calls last week, had some really great discussions with a lot of you. I know this is very emotional. I am a dog owner myself. I also have 2 children that have been bit twice by dogs off leash in a park. So I fully get both sides of the stage. This draft policy was directed based on previous policy statements by the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Open Space Advisory Board. So the staff drafted the policy based on their direction. And I'm going to walk you through how we got here and some statistics for you all as well. And then please know we want to work with all of you on it. Nothing is a done deal, and this is a place for us to all come together and find solutions for these areas and try to address those concerns. And I appreciate that feedback from a lot of you that had ideas on how we could, maybe modify things and look at it moving forward. So in 2020, the department began seeking feedback from staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Open Space Advisory Board related to potential dog use policies throughout the park system. At that time, policies, and as today, for dog use were variable and inconsistent throughout the park system. As Mr. Espinoza mentioned, we have inconsistent signage throughout the park system, and these are some things that we want to address moving forward. We wanted to look for consistent rules and guidelines and a robust public education campaign moving forward. You can see on our website, we do have a dog etiquette video, and we've tried to do outreach and education to try to help make sure that our parks are safe to use and people are following the use that are established out in the parks. Extensive community outreach has been held to gather feedback from this public, as well as both at the Parks and Open Space Boards. The topic of dog use policies started at a joint meeting independently and several in a series of meetings, and we've had public discussions at 9 separate meetings over the past 2 years about this topic. And we've had a lot of public feedback. Not as much as this meeting tonight, definitely, but we have had pretty robust feedback. Additionally, we had a public survey that was released in May of 2021, and we received a total of 773 responses from residents and users. Of that, 472 people asked to be updated on this topic, and I sent out from my email a public meeting notice of those 472 people to keep them updated on the topic as well. Approximately 27 questions were posed to the public regarding public dog use areas, opinions on potential policies, gathered data about experiences, conflicts, and issues. To give you an overview of the draft policy that we're just here to discuss tonight, and it is just draft, the policy was drafted, as I said, based on Parks Commission and Open Space direction and previous policy statements that we discussed in open public meetings. In the policy, it talks about current applicable codes, and I think this is really important to hear. The code is very outdated. The Carson City Municipal Code 1302090 prohibits dogs in all parks right now. No dogs allowed in any park unless exempted by the Board of Supervisors. Based on this municipal code as written, a policy associated with the resolution are needed to allow dogs in the areas that you guys have all expressed your concern tonight. So that does need to be changed. The current code does not apply to what the current practice is out in our park system. So that's part of why this all started, because it's not practical. You know that. There's dogs in every park that we have in the entire park system. In 2000, to give you a background of how we got, actually, I'm going to talk about the responsibilities outlined in the policy. The responsibility of the department and dog owners would be the department would provide safe, user-friendly experiences for residents and visitors, protect the natural environment, cultural resources, and reduce dog and wildlife conflicts, provide a robust education campaign encouraging responsible pet ownership and best management practices, provide clear and consistent signage and dog waste receptacles for the public to use. And then dog owners share in this responsibility, which is outlined in the policy. And we're trying to encourage responsible dog ownership, cleaning up after dog waste, maintaining voice control when dogs are in designated off-leash areas, ensure dogs are healthy when in public places, and do not fraudulently misrepresent an animal as a service animal when they're not. And that is in Nevada revised statutes. So just to educate people on that. In the draft policy, it says that dogs would remain prohibited per the code, except in certain areas, and identifying those as special use facilities, buildings, and only 2 trails of the more than 100 miles of trail that we have, which would be the Waterfall Trail and North Kings Canyon Loop. Dogs would be allowed in all parks, but on a leash in your draft policy, but obviously we've heard lots of feedback on that. And dogs must be leashed at trailheads. We identify a lot of conflicts at trailheads. When you get your dog out of the car, they're really excited to go. just having that brief area to get your dog calmed down, and then when you get on the trail system, allowing your dog to be off the leash. So that's the reason for that. Also, a lot of our trailheads are near busy streets. When you let your dog out of your car, what do? Maybe run out right on the street. So that's the reason for the dog on leash just at the trailhead areas. And then a few open space areas that are deemed environmentally sensitive, like the agricultural lands that were mentioned previously in the public comment. Also, dogs under the control of owner in all open space areas and trails. So more than 7,000 acres of off-leash areas are still proposed in the current policy. So to give you a background of how we got to where we are today and how confusing the rules and regulations and practices are right now for staff and the public, in 2000, the Board of Supervisors exempted Mayor's Park for a 1-year trial to allow off-leash use, and no other action has been taken by the Board of Supervisors related to dog leash requirements or dog use. So that code technically says, we have no dogs are allowed in any park. We've had one trial, 1-year exception at the Board of Supervisors. So that's part of, we need to have some policies. Whatever they're going to say, we need to clear that up because there are dogs in every park that we have. In 2007, the Parks Administration did some trial basis for dog use to try to change the practices that were happening. What was proposed was phase 1 to allow dog use at Sonoma Park, Fuji, Blackwell's Pond, Fullstone Park, Monte Vista, Long Ranch, and Ronald D. Wilson, which was under construction at the time. So that would be dog-friendly parks. Phase 2 was anticipated to be Mills Park, which was actually never implemented. In 2009, Sonoma, Blackwell's Pond, Steinheimer, Fullstone, Long Ranch, Mayors, Carson River Parks allowed off-leash use as well as trails and open space. Monte Vista and Ronald D. Wilson required dogs to be on a leash. Some parks had designated times and some parks did not. So you had dogs off leash, dogs on leash, different time slots, and there was a lot of confusion with those practices as they were trying to do those trial bases. In 2014, there was a neighborhood meeting at Long Ranch Park, which created the current configuration of today, where you have the one area near the playground that requires on leash, and then you have the area where you can let your dog off leash. So that has been since 2014, and that was billed as a trial basis as well, but is still currently today. By 2016, dog-friendly parks were identified as Monte Vista, Long Ranch, Sonoma, Mayors, Fuji Dog Park, Carson River Park, Riverview Park, Hidden Meadows, Fullstone, Blackwell's Pond, Steinheimer, Ronald D. Wilson, Fullstone Wetlands, and Treadway Park. At times, dogs were allowed, but required to be on leash at Ambrose, portions of Long Ranch, Monte Vista, Ronald D. Wilson, Sonoma, a portion of Sonoma Park, and the V&T Trail. So as you can see, there's a lot of confusion as this has progressed over the years. And what I just really want to be able to is enable the park rangers, park maintenance staff, and the public to just know where they can go, where they shouldn't go, and why. And just have really clear, concise direction. And I want us to have signage at our parks and our open space as appropriate so you can make informed decisions. If you're nervous around dogs and you don't want to be there, when you go to a park, oh, they're allowing them, maybe this isn't the right spot for me, I'm going to go somewhere else. Or if you have a dog that you want off leash, I want people to make informed decisions. And I want to be able to help the animal control officers, we have one here tonight, to be able to help our park rangers and be able to enforce those things. I want to go back to some statistics for you. So when we first presented this back in 2020, we provided some statistics from a snapshot in time to just let people know what we were experiencing in our parks. And we did, the park rangers did a presentation that talked about a time period from March 25th, 2019 to November 10th, 2020. And these were documented dog contacts. And a dog contact is an issue, either a dog owner not following the identified rules, a bite incident, or something in between. So definitely a contact with a resident or a dog owner where they're not following the rules. So just in that short period of time, we had 161 contacts at Mills Park. As you know, Mills Park is signed everywhere. We've added signs. It is a park that is not supposed to be allowed for dogs in the code, and there's signs everywhere. So in that short time period, we had 161 contacts at Mills Park, and we have had several incidents of dog bites and other issues there. Fuji Park, 46, Ronald D. Wilson, 15, Carriage Square, 9, Long Ranch, 9, Pete Livermore Sports Complex, 8, John Mankin, 7, Centennial, 5, Schultz Ranch, 5, Disc Golf Course, 5, Bailey Pond, 5, Sonoma Playground, 4, Lone Mountain Cemetery, 4, The Rifle Range, 2, Roberts House, 1, Mayor's Park, 1, Roscold, 1, Sunland Vista, 1, Governor's Field, 1. So obviously, it's a wide range, and we have experiences from, just one contact, which is going to happen, to 161 in just that very short period of time. That's not even a year of data. It's just a small snapshot in time. So we are experiencing dog conflicts. We had an incident just a couple weeks ago along the Mexican Ditch Trail with a very serious bite incident. We do have these anomalies, and I know that they're not always at every park, but they are happening. So we want people to be able to come to our parks and be safe in our open space areas, and we do need to really focus on education. And in the policy, it does talk about education over enforcement is the philosophy of the department, and that's really the approach we want to take in general. So whether something goes through tonight or not, we really want to educate people on safe dog ownership, how to, making sure they clean up after their pets, making sure our water quality is clean. I mean, I think we all have the same goals with that in mind and moving forward. We have identified, I know a lot of you brought up some questions about the policy and maybe some errors that we want to clean up. And then we can maybe start a discussion and move from there. I think Lindsay's going to maybe point out a few things that we've identified and heard from people as well that we want to make sure we clean that up. We don't want anything moving forward that's not accurate.
Thank you, Jen. For the record, Lindsay Boyer, Open Space Manager for Carson City. So we put together this map and the associated park system list as a resource and as a jumping off point to mirror and match with the policy. We made, every effort to make sure that it was accurate, but we do have, 8,000 acres of parks. And so I apologize that there were some errors. I've taken note of everything that you guys have brought up, so I appreciate that diligent eye. And we, like Jen said, we will be making sure that all of those are, figured out and accurate moving forward. A few items that I heard repeatedly that I just want to clarify on the record, Silver Saddle Ranch being one of them. We're not proposing to make any changes at Silver Saddle Ranch that aren't already in practice. So a lot of folks mentioned like the red house. We're talking about the building, the red house only. That doesn't include the yard, the complex, the nexus to trails. All of that would still remain dogs off leash as it has. We don't allow dogs in the red house specifically. We also don't allow public access to the red house, but for events and different things, we need to make sure that was codified in the policy. So that's one piece. Related to the pastures at Silver Saddle Ranch and Buzzy's Ranch, dogs have never been allowed off leash in those locations. They're fenced, they're for cattle grazing only. So that's just getting some practices that are already in place and making sure they're represented in the policy. So all the trails at Silver Saddle, all the equestrian areas, those are all still going to be up for off-leash use. So no change there. We did identify on the map, there's a few trailheads that we need to remove because they're they have connections to our trails, but they're not under our specific management. We have a big list and things just got a little muddy. So we're going to be cleaning that up to make sure that only trailheads that are on, our property and under our management are reflected. I heard the same thing for Kings Canyon Meadows. So, when we put together these maps, we've got tiny little layers and it can be hard to sift through some of the weeds. So I appreciate everyone's diligent eye because that's exactly what we needed to come out of this meeting so that we could clean some of that up. Centennial Access was another one that we made note of. So, obviously we're saying no dogs at that location because it's a sports field, but there is a trail at the back and there is a trailhead. So we need to clarify some of that, whether it's in the policy, the park system list, or the map. The map is obviously covering all of Carson City. It can be hard to get down to the exact resolution. So that may be where some of the confusion's coming. So if folks identify any other confusion, even if it's correct but seems confusing to you guys, we really appreciate those comments because ultimately, we want this to be a user-friendly document for public, for staff, for everyone involved. So we are going to be making a few of those edits, and if folks see anything else, please bring them to our attention.
Is that it, guys? For your staff presentation?
I think, maybe one more thing. Jennifer Budge, Park and Recreation Director. The building list, the sports complexes, some of those are existing practices like Lindsay mentioned for Silver Saddle Ranch, just identifying that in the policy. And so none of that is actually new. Currently, we don't have dog use at like Governor's Field, and it just doesn't mesh well with the current activities there. And also the buildings. We wouldn't want, like dogs in this building unless it's for, a service animal or something like that. So just trying to keep the buildings, safe and intact. And we do have some historic structures like the Roberts House, the Red House, things like that we want to make sure we're protecting as much as possible. So that comprehensive list of buildings, that's already in practice today. It's just not in the code.
Okay, so I'm going to call a couple of the other staff as part of your report. I hope, is that the call the ranger up and the humane, I don't know if it's called Humane Society in town or not here. I don't think animal control. I'm going to put you guys on the spot, and maybe we'll take the ranger first and then ask him some questions, and so that we get the staff perspective totally.
Absolutely.
Because I promised a public comment period, but I really wanted to have staff have a presentation and then ask for public comment one more time before we come back to the board.
Don't we need to discuss before we have public comment?
No, I thought if they took you don't have to because there's nothing on the agenda. I thought if they heard the story from the staff, then they'd have a better picture before we get into all the discussion.
Okay.
And then we'd hear their comments and then we'll bring them back. Sorry, that's COVID changed the world for a while and we're still readjusting. So we'll hear from these folks with some questions and then I'll bring back public comment if something didn't get answered that might be driving you crazy here at this session. So I think we'll start here with the park ranger, and I wrote down your name and put it on the other page, John. I'm sorry, John Costello. So there's always this enforcement and education appeal that people like for changing behaviors in the outdoors. So let's talk a scenario where you have an incident occur and you have a family. Let's make a story. We had a family with 2 kids and they don't have their dog on a leash and they're in an area where they're supposed to be on a leash. Walk us through a process that you guys have had and trained for to maybe how to work with that. They don't have leashes. They didn't do any bites, but just kind of give people a familiarity of how you might, and you could expand on that. Does that put you on the spot too much, or are you comfortable?
No, it's all right. For the record, John Costello, Senior Park Ranger. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but that's fine.
Well, I think it's
obviously
important.
I do this every day, so.
Right, you're the guy on the street.
Yeah, I don't think anything that I say tonight is gonna be something that Jen or Lindsay didn't already mention. And, I'm pretty easy to find, as far as from the public standpoint, if they ever have questions for me, they can, please feel free to reach out to me via email or phone. But I think related to your question with your scenario, I think the biggest thing, like Jen's mentioned, is education. That's what we want to do before enforcement. So we're going to make contact with those individuals, that may have their dog in an area that has to be on leash. We're going to suggest an area where they can go off leash. I know there was some public comment about, offering some more areas where people can go with their dogs. That is ultimately our goal, because we understand that Sonoma and Fuji is not really sufficient for the public right now as far as, those dog park areas that are fenced in. So I think ultimately just providing them with some of our educational material. Our other ranger, Ranger Curver, does a great job with education material like brochures and things of that nature. So, that's stuff that we can hand out to the public every time and just educate them ultimately on why it is an area that, we prefer dogs be on leash, whether it be because of playgrounds in the area or there's nesting birds in the area or wildlife. I was just on a walk last night at Silver Saddle Ranch with my fiance and my 2 dogs, and she wanted to let, my golden retriever off leash, and I told her we're gonna keep him on leash because of the coyote activity that time of night. And sure enough, we saw a coyote about, 40 yards ahead of us on the trail, and I don't know how my dog's gonna react in that situation. I don't know if he's gonna think it's another dog and maybe go up to him and try to say hi, because I'd rather avoid a vet bill, for something like that. So, those are all things that we ultimately took into consideration when we were drafting this policy.
So how much time do you think you spend in a day with dog assistance versus your other regular duties?
It's a pretty good sized portion, especially, as far as contacts are made out in the field, because so many of our areas right now, some of our parks, we don't allow dogs, as Jen mentioned with that statistics, we could be at Mills Park for our entire shift, educating individuals, that unfortunately we don't allow dogs here, but we do have all of these areas. And I think, and I do understand this from a public standpoint, that we're focusing on the areas that we've decided to, make on leash for consistency. It makes my job a lot easier and our other rangers, the consistency to ultimately educate the public on that. But there are so many areas where people can still go off leash with their dogs because, like I said, I'm a dog owner myself. I have 2 dogs, and we like letting our other dog off leash, and I know that there's other areas that we can go to ultimately avoid dog conflict, because I've been at Sonoma myself, and there's been dog conflict there, when I've been at Sonoma, because I do think it is overpopulated, which is why we're trying to ultimately identify other areas for the public to take their dogs, whether it be off leash or in a fenced-in area.
So anybody else have questions for John? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Do you carry muscle power maps in your truck so that you can pass those out for?
We do. We keep trail maps in our trucks. So we have a checklist that we go through, and we make sure we have those educational materials that we can provide to people.
And I just had a little idea. Have we approached like Chewy or somebody to get donations of leashes that the rangers could carry with them to hand out if people don't have leashes with them?
I don't know that we've contacted Chewy directly, but one of our 9 public meetings that we had a really robust discussion about potential sponsors for mutt mitt containers, and that was brought up, and providing leashes and education materials, and the goal of having QR codes so you could pull up different resources available, or like the map of where our mutt mitt containers are, or other things like that. And looking, and when someone talked about the fiscal impact, one of the 9 meetings that we had, we really focused on the fiscal impact of just the dog waste disposal bags and the containers themselves, and the huge expense related to that. So if you add other, dog use areas, and just adding those at Mills Park, we had just a Mills Park cost estimate for that, and I can't even remember what it was. It was pretty significant. But we have really dove into that, and I think looking at sponsorships and other outreach and education for that is something we want to do. And I think our volunteer coordinator would probably work with the park rangers on that.
That it?
Thank you for the information, John. When you speak with people in parks, the educational component, how is that received?
Yeah, I would say it's kind of case by case. It depends. I think people are more receptive when we offer them an alternative. We're not saying, hey, you got to leave. We're offering them with a location that they can go with their dog. If it's a park where we don't allow dogs, we can tell them where they can go with their dog. Or if they want to have their dog off leash, we can provide them with those areas where they can go with their dog. So I think it ultimately comes down to our approach. And if we're educating them and we're providing them with resources and we're offering them alternatives, normally it's pretty well received.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you. And just as a side note, I just want to thank you and Ranger Curver. I know you've had a couple of Tails and Trails events, and it was great. And the Rangers set up information tables on trail etiquette, and Water Subconservancy was at one of them and talking about impact of dog waste or even dirt and runoff in and out of the river. So that is appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Sheedy. And just to kind of piggyback on that, I think that is our ultimate goal with those reach out or those outreach events is to educate the public, and they know that we're going to be at a location, for an event. They can come up and ask questions to us about certain things like that because, something that we've really identified in this policy is impact. I understand that there's been a lot of public comment regarding, they haven't seen conflict, but, I've seen conflict out in the parks and the open space areas. And I think, having a uniform policy, would be ultimately beneficial to us as well. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Jennifer, this is for you. Refresh my memory. Haven't we discussed maybe designating 3 parks on the west side and the north end of town as maybe mini dog parks? And aren't we going to be getting a new dog park when that development on Fifth Street opens? Just so that the public knows that we're not idle, we're not static, we are looking into the situation.
So as part of this process, we definitely heard that we need additional fenced urban areas for off-leash use. Not everybody can go into open space or are physically able to go up in the hills with their dog and be able to run their dogs. We do have a lot of use at Sonoma Park in particular. We have a lot of use at Fuji Dog Park as well. We actually had a subcommittee of this group that was trying to work through some of the issues like at Mills Park with special events and the railroad and the conflicts and trying to identify some potential solutions. Some areas that we had identified as potential. So the Lampa subdivision on the east side, it's actually called Lampa North. There is in the conditions of approval a requirement to build a 3-acre dog park for that subdivision. So it's right across from the animal shelter. We thought it would be really great synergy because the current animal shelter location and where they can exercise the dogs is not very large. We thought it'd be great if they could just go right across the street, be able to run the dogs there, and have another fenced dog park in an urban area where there's parking. So if someone needs ADA accessibility, they could actually get in and out of there and with a vehicle. Another area that was identified as Mayor's Park, Ronald D. Wilson Park, and Long Ranch Park as potential desired locations for fenced dog park areas that where people could let their dogs run in an urban setting and then be able to, maybe walk around the park and still see them or whatever. But those were identified from the survey, from the subcommittee, and we heard from the public that those would be potential areas that we could add fencing if it was desired. As far as 3 mini dog parks, I'm not really sure, Commissioner Keever, where you were going from that, but is that what you were looking for, is the identified potential dog park locations?
Yeah, just so that the members of the public know that we've taken the concern seriously and that
Absolutely.
we are identifying other
We
areas.
will also have a 10-acre park built on Lampa West, and the amenities and components of that park have not been identified, and we'll have a robust public process. So if that's a location that's desired for that as well, it could be an option. But that park has not been planned, or other than the size, there's no amenities decided for that one.
And then just one last comment. I don't know if you're aware, John, but at Sonoma, where the playground is, it's all fenced off. People have started taking their dogs in there and leaving them, even though there is signage that says, please, no dogs, So sometimes I'm a smart ass and I'll say, well, we know the dogs can't read, but what about you? But again, we don't want to do that conflict because people some of them have a hair trigger, so. But that is becoming a problem as well. And then they don't clean up after the dogs when they're in the playground. And that's not fair to the children.
Any other questions? Go ahead, JKC.
Yeah, trying to gather my thoughts here. I'm glad to know that there's work going on to establish more parks where dogs can be off leash. One of my big concerns about this is just looking at the list and seeing that we're going from a list of 15 dog-friendly parks to just 2 dog-friendly parks. And the ones that you've just mentioned that are being considered to be developed as dog-friendly parks and putting fences around them, that's good. But my big concern is the distribution of that and the accessibility of families that don't have the resources to be able to drive themselves to these parks. The idea of parks and having neighborhood parks are a tremendous facility to develop neighborliness and community. And if you add in dog lovers to that, having neighborhood parks that are easily accessible to our entire community, including those who don't have the income and the time to drive to a specialized dog fenced-in park, I think has to be a major consideration. Because obviously right now, having only 2 dog parks at the south end of town makes it difficult for everybody on the north end of town, especially given gas prices. And then also just the fact that a lot of people prefer to walk their dog to a neighborhood park. Cuts a lot of people out for their access to a very low-level, easily accessible place to go for 10 minutes with your dog and let it off lead, chase a ball, and then go back to your house. Driving across town to let your dog chase a ball and then driving all the way back, a 10-minute excursion with your dog suddenly becomes 40 minutes, and it costs you several bucks for gas money if you are lucky enough to have a car. And in my work, I come across a lot of people in this town who do not have motor transportation. Now, we do have Jump Around Carson, but how many dogs are allowed on Jump Around Carson buses? Okay? We have lots and lots of parks. I was interested in what the realtor had to say. We chose our house to buy based on the fact that there were several parks in the area, easy walking distance for us, for our dog. And we bought the house because of that. We have so many parks, and I think that the public comment here were pretty clear that there's no problem to fix here. People in dog parks, I know that you said that there's dog incidents and things, but when you consider the fact that there are thousands of dogs in this community and that there are lots of little parks where there are very strong community members who self-police. And people are generally pretty open to, hey, your dog's a little on the rambunctious side, you might want to put him on a leash. I'm rambling now, I'm sorry. I did want to focus in on transportation access for people who don't have it. And if we don't have easily accessible parks, we are going to have violations of this brand new dog policy.
Casey, so the idea is to ask the Rangers question now, and then when we have public comment, and then when we come back from public comment, it'll be board comments. But you get special points for being able to be up front there with what your comments were, so. You drew an audience that was excited about your future comments. So right now, we're just trying to get clarity for some of the questions that were asked earlier. And don't apologize.
I plead being a beginner.
Well, no,
on
you
this
had
whole
all that
board
energy,
stuff.
and from your heart, you had these things you wanted to say, so you took your first opportunity. This is a very sensitive issue for a lot of people. So is there any other questions for John? And then we're going to talk to the animal control after we talk to John. So any? Sure.
So out of all the incidents you respond to, how many of them are really at the special use facilities versus just parks?
I don't have, John Costello for the record, I don't have a number in front of me or a percentage, but I would say, there are instances where we respond to Governor's Pete Livermore Sports Complex, especially this time of year when we we start to get those events, there's a lot of people that travel with their dogs. And, as Jen mentioned, it's not a facility for dogs. There's a lot of youth running around, and it's just not an ideal place for animals, obviously, with the exception of service animals. So it does happen. Like I said, I don't know a percentage, but we do respond, quite often, especially this time of year, to those special use facilities like the disc golf course now. And a lot of people, we're continuing to educate the public on that because a lot of people aren't aware that dogs aren't allowed at the disc golf course, the rifle range, and then some of our sports complexes as well. So it does happen, and we try to find an alternative for those people because a lot of times they come into town for 3 or 4 days. So we try to find alternatives, but we do make those contacts.
Any other questions for John? Okay, next, introduce yourself, and then give us a perspective of how dogs are to your job, what the rules are, primarily the rules, how you enforce, how you are maybe brought to a situation. Just kind of paint us a picture of your day when it comes to enforcement and education.
For the record, my name is James Ream. As far as how enforcement goes, we're a very strong proponent of education and humane education first. If we're able to... Where do you work real quick? Oh, I apologize. I work with Animal Services in Nevada Humane Society, so the Carson City branch of that. But we always go towards humane education, try to make sure that we offer resources, offer avenues of ways to solve issues before we go down the enforcement route. If that's offering leashes, if that's offering, a mental enrichment education about other ways to work with dogs when, physical exercise isn't a possibility. That's kind of the route we go. Just resources, education. If we have someone who's non-compliant, that's when we start to try to escalate things, because if we can't work with them and they don't work with us, there's no choice but to escalate and start to be more punitive.
So what are the leash laws in the city?
Currently, we do have laws that animals need to be under control either by leash, cord, chain, or effective voice restraint.
In all areas of the city, right?
That's what we have for the ordinance for Carson City. Parks are different. They have their own ordinances that they can enforce on their own lands. When it comes for me, when I'm walking down the street, if I see someone who has a dog off leash and they can show that the dog is under efficient voice command, that's not a problem to me. If someone's walking down the street and the dog is darting in and out of traffic, that's not effective voice control. So that's something where they would have to have a leash in order to be following ordinances.
Do you work with the Parks Department on situations?
Sometimes they call me out in case there's any bites, things like that. I know that we are able to kind of remind people if we notice that there's a no dogs allowed area. We can kind of remind like, hey, we can't force you to leave because I don't have the power to enforce their policies. But these dogs aren't allowed here, so that we're going to be starting some pamphlets to be able to hand out as well, just to kind of aid in that aspect.
You don't have enforcement in the parks, huh? That's surprising.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Hi, I'm sorry. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. We do have a legal opinion that animal control officers can enforce in the park system.
okay.
Their entire jurisdiction is the city. So
Yeah, well,
you actually can, and we welcome your
Yes,
attendance at our parks.
I
to help.
apologize for misspeaking. We can't enforce leash. Like, dogs must be on leash since our ordinances they are allowed under voice command. So I can't enforce further strict laws than what Title VII tells me.
That's fine. I didn't put you on the spot.
Yeah,
We're fine.
I did misspeak. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I want to make sure we're on there. And the parks are specifically listed in certain section of Title VII, and we tried to highlight that in the policy so we can kind of work together to clear some of those things up, which is great. But we really appreciate Animal Control's help. They've been so wonderful to work with, and we really appreciate everything that they do to help us.
Any questions for? You have one? I do. Oh, good.
Hi, James. Good to see you.
Well, nice
Be a
to meet
case
you.
for the record. James let me know he was my student when I taught up at UNR, so it's a reunion night. What would make your job easier? Is there, like, if you had a magic wand, what could we do to make your job easier?
I guess more prevalent humane education. A lot of times, a lot of issues that I come across just kind of stems from people not knowing what to do and not knowing how to handle things. Most bites that I come across anecdotally is just not knowing how to approach dogs and not knowing when to disengage from dogs. Yeah, I would just say humane education. If we were able to provide that more readily and more available, that would make my job a lot easier.
Thank you. I don't know how we can help with that yet, but I'm going to write it down.
If there's a magic wand,
Yeah, I'm going to get my magic wand next. Do you have just, I know nothing's written down and you're on the spot, but do you have an idea of where you get the most calls for assistance come from? Like where the streets are or the park or the open space? Like where do the majority of your calls come from?
Majority of calls just kind of come from I don't really get too many calls at parks or anything. Most of those calls come from neighborhoods, streets. I don't have specific numbers or anything, but I would northeast Carson or so is where I get a lot. But again, it's anecdotally off the top of my head. I don't have any commentary on that.
I want to let you know you blew it. She put the magic wand and you didn't ask for a raise. Is what you did. Any other questions? Silence. Thank you. I really appreciate, I like having the staff come up because you're the guys out in the field. And we're the ones that need that understanding to make better decisions up here and support you guys in that job. It's not easy sometimes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go back to public comment now because I promised you that. So if there's anybody that wants to make public comment now, then we're going to bring it back to the board for final discussion after we hear your final comments. But be brief this time, please, and hopefully not restate things that were already said.
Yeah, we got 4 chairs and 3 minutes.
There you go. Thank you.
If you did already speak, we would ask that you let other folks who haven't spoken yet go. I think that'd just be nice, but, totally cool.
Yeah, I hope this isn't a rebuttal period as much as more information and to help us make the decision, so.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you very much. This has been a total learning experience for me. I work for the Pasadena Humane Society, the one that Bob Barker used to mention on Price is Right. During that time, I never got bit by a dog. Very fortunate. In my life, I've been bit about 5 times and chewed up pretty good a couple of times, working as a security guard and in other facets of my existence. I really think so much has been covered here. And Christine Curry, thank you so much. You touched on some of my concerns. A lot of people don't have access to transportation. They don't have the means to get to those dog parks. I'm all for areas that are fenced and set for dogs to be able to run in. I also think that open space has to be considered for the fact that there's wildlife up there and such. And people, I think, have mentioned their consideration for that as well. The dog owners, the dog walkers, the horse rider. Everybody's really doing well. I think this is a situation where overdoing this might be the wrong way to go. This vote, if you're going to make a vote, I wouldn't even know what you're voting on yet. Somehow there's been a miscue on communication on what's really being considered. I see areas that are green, red, and blue, and, well, excuse me, I don't believe blue's on here. But the deal is that it's still, I'm foggy on it. And I'm sorry, and I apologize for the part that I didn't maybe do. But I think there's been a miscue on what is intended here. It's a big blanket umbrella type thing. And if people were assured that it was going to be taken, each park literally independent of everything else and thought of that way and worked with that way, people feel more comfortable. At least I know I would. Everything is so unique in itself. You can't just say open space is all the same. You've got to take each situation independently. And this type of forum, the conversation that you're having and the chance to talk to the rangers ourselves or the code enforcement, the animal code and the ranger, that was really helpful. Talking to the neighbors of the people that live in areas where there's parks where they could have dogs run, or where they need it fenced. This is a huge amount of material, and I don't think it can be covered like it has and get full responses that I think are important. Everybody here is sincere and caring. That's not a question in my mind. I think what's going down needs more time. Thank you very much.
Good timing, thank you.
My name is Ryan Espinoza. I've got a question because I know Fuji Park's getting a remake over and it's supposed to be being closed at some point.
We'll answer that after we get public comment.
Well, that's fine. When that closes, it leaves Sonoma Park as the only off-leash dog park. Has anyone thought about the impact on that neighborhood? Saturday and Sundays, you can't even park on that street sometimes. So we might want to look at opening some other parks sooner than later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Maggie Stowell again with the horse contingency. This is for Lindsay mostly and Lisa. We did a big program called Share the Trails, and it's for the, the multi-purpose, multi-use trails. And so we did this whole big thing. And I was thinking that we should probably include the dog people in on that, because as far as educate, and I've heard this word educate the public a lot, as far as educating people, now most people do, but a lot of people don't know what to do when they come across a horse or a bike rider or a runner. You know, you have dogs that are going to chase a runner. I have to, So I was just thinking we should include dog owners into that multi-use trail education piece of the program. So that's it.
Thank you.
Chris Pattison for the record, and I agree with that last comment. That's a fantastic idea. There should be some more representation for dog owners in the community. In that last section that we heard, Ed, I can agree if that's our only ordinance that it does need to be expanded on. But then hearing the issues that arose from shutting down some of the parks like Mills, not allowing dogs there, and then after that having 161 incidences, it would lead me to believe that with stricter controls end up having more issues. So when there was less controls before, it'd be a good comparable. How many contacts were there in that same amount of time previously to the new rules being put in place? Because if there are no issues before, then there's no reason for it. I'd also like, from what I heard from the two gentlemen up here, the animal control officer said that most of his calls were not on parks. They were actually in neighborhoods and communities on the public streets. So that would lead me to believe that there is no issue on parks, maybe on occasion, of course, but not to the level that we're looking at tonight to warrant more stricter controls. It just seems to me that these more stricter controls, based on the information we heard tonight, would cause more issues versus more lenient controls, which would make it so there'd be less issues and less problems in the community with the dogs. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I here? Okay, thank you, Jenny Haas. I want to thank you for the privilege of letting me speak as impassioned as I was. And I just wanted reassurance from this draft A that these broad red swaths are not true broad red swaths. So that the pathway through the pastures at Silver Saddle is okay still for dogs, right? Is that what I understood?
That's correct. And actually, if you look closely at the map, and I know it's hard, and we actually talked about possibly splitting this map up into 3s or 4s so that we could zoom in further. But if you look at the red swath on the map, there's green lines that bisect it. That identifies the trails that go through the pastures. It's only red within the pastures themselves, so the fenced areas that are used for grazing and hay production.
Excellent. And then the same for Centennial. The paved road is still acceptable for dogs to be on? Just not in the ball fields where there's signs, not in the tennis court where there's signs, not in the golf course where there's signs.
Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director, what's proposed on the map is actually the trailhead at the north end of Centennial that leads to the Wild Horse Trail and Connors Trail and all up there, and access to the BLM lands. That would be off leash. But the sports complex proper and the golf course would be no dogs.
Even the road to get in?
Correct. As the map is right now. That doesn't mean it's final, but yes, so you have, my concern is dogs off leash in a parking area and dogs being hit. So if you want to suggest a leash
Dogs.
area or something like
Absolutely.
that, but it just being out in a parking lot and that road, allowing a dog off leash there, I would not recommend that.
Absolutely, dogs on leash.
So
would
you're
be-
proposing dogs on leash
Yes.
in the paved areas of Centennial Park?
Yes.
Okay, could you address us with that so that it's the board that's going to vote tonight, but,
Okay.
and that's not to pick on you, it's just I don't want to
No, please, thank you.
have this,
Thank you.
putting them on the spot here with answering your questions. So we'll bring forward questions of value to you, but those are important to you. So go ahead and finish. Your time's kind of running out
Okay,
as I
so
pick on you.
in
here.
addition to everything I've spoke, I'm asking for the board to approve an easement through on the paved area into Centennial Park and that 3/4 mile loop.
Right, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I need you to do me a favor a little bit. Can you speak a little bit slower? And it just helps me. Now, it might be just my senior hearing abilities, but I had a tough time last time. So, and your comments are valuable. And so just a little slower would help me, and then I'll do better, I bet you.
Okay, so once again, Svetlana Krabelnikova, Carson City. So since there have been some numbers finally sounded out, I take it was 750 responses to the survey. Is that correct? Yeah, so basically we are trying to decide something that affects the whole city based on response from around 1% of the population. Because just to remind you, Carson City is 55,000 people.
I'm one of
So
them.
perhaps maybe it's a bit premature to decide this. Maybe we need more information, more input from other people. And also, I have heard that neither park recreation, the park ranger representative, neither the animals control officer ask for any more regulations. They're asking for more education. So maybe it will be wiser to not have a leash committee and have like a dog safety education committee and put up social ad boards. I don't know, like something to the extent of your dog's leash is the same as your seat belt. No, maybe we should approach from this, not tell people what to do, but explain to them how they can do what they're doing better.
All right, thank you.
Hi, this is Debbie Hope again, and I want to first of all thank you all for listening so attentively to our concerns. I hope and pray, and thank you that the Long Ranch Park is one of the ones you're talking about fencing and keeping as off leash, because that just means so much. And I just hope that all of our pleas for our parks have been heard, and the trails that people are saying maybe take into account what's really important and near and dear to our hearts and our dogs. And Christine, I don't know if yours is a elected position, but you've got my vote. Oh my gosh, what a wonderful woman. But just in the meantime, until that's fenced in, if we can have a reprieve on our little off-leash area in Long Ranch Park, so that we're not instantly banned from there until that happens, we just beg you to please keep that for us and don't vote to just make our dogs be on leash in that one little area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Dan Graytack, a 40-year property owner in Carson City. I spent several terms on the old Carson River Advisory Committee group. On that group, I represented wildlife, and it's kind of difficult to sit here and say that open space and parks, are we losing the delineation and the definition and the purpose of use of these areas? Chapter 1306 of the Carson Municipal Code regarding the use of open space funds reads, quote, "Generally, lands acquired with open space funds shall be preserved and managed in a near natural condition. Open space land will generally be open for passive recreation improvements, developed where appropriate, and environmentally compatible." From page 14 of the Carson City Open Space Plan, from question 10, the three most important reasons to preserve open space were preserve hillsides from development, protect wildlife habitat, and provide trails. That's a challenge, those two right there, with what we know we're hearing today. From page 15, it says, respondents strongly supported virtually all the potential restrictions of open space, if necessary for environmental reasons, including required dogs be kept on leashes and requiring people to stay on the trails. It's well understood that dogs running in open spaces will have great impacts on the wildlife that are there. We purchased open space to protect wildlife habitat. If we open it up to dogs run free, there's going to be changes in our open spaces, particularly in those close areas between the urban interface that we are now recreating into more. My position on the river is that, there's a lot of wildlife down there. We love the wildlife. We go down there. We want to bird watch. We want to fish. We want to, recreate there. But if we increase the dogs off leash in the river corridor, we're not going to see mink in the river anymore. They're going to be moving to Douglas County. They'll be moving down somewhere where the opportunities of seeing them in Riverview Park is going to be gone. Areas where we have trails on both sides of the river, we don't have a wildlife habitat corridor anymore. There's going to be dogs pushing or people pushing that wildlife out of those areas. And I think we need to be thinking how we do that. Of the 10 miles of river in the county,
Dan, you're closing up some time, sorry.
1.2 miles of that is restricted from dogs, and the rest of it isn't even dogs on leash.
Thank you, Dan.
Hi, Veronica Gallus. I live in the Mexican Ditch area. I wanted to reiterate, but very quickly, the comment about it was kind of strange that the biggest problem was Mills Park, where dogs aren't allowed. And if you removed Mills Park and looked at the other parks, many of those areas the problem is minuscule with dog contacts. And so again, if you have problem areas, the solution is you deal with problem areas, not make a large swath decision where there is no problem. And then the other thing, if Carson City does vote on, moving from this off-leash to on-leash, I hope Parks and Rec or Open Space or whoever, I was the proud owner of a normally friendly dog who was who had leash aggression. And I have no idea what percentage of dogs that actually impacts. So I would hope our dog folks would know that. But if that's going to happen, there needs to be an education campaign because you may end up with some leash aggression issues that you would not have had you had dogs off leash. So, and again, I don't know the breadth of that impact. So, it may or may not be an issue.
Thank you.
Sheila Bridges. I live on Ridgefield Drive, and the Steinheimer Park is around the corner from me. One of the people up here I've seen many times there. I don't know that there's any problems there. I've never seen police there. I'm sure maybe it's happened at some point, but I don't know why it's a park that is, on leash or off leash if your dogs are in control. It's a community gathering, and I don't know why that's on the list of one of the parks that we want to change now. And having, again, frequented Sonoma Park in the past, to tell everybody in this town that if you don't like the change, just go to Sonoma Park. It's a little unrealistic. That's where you're going to have problems because it's already overcrowded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Erica Phillips, 400 Mary Street. Wasn't planning on speaking today, so just be patient with me. I stand with the rest of the public so far that has come up and has expressed their concern for cutting down the amount of dog parks that we have to an even lesser number. And part of that is I'm learning to have deeper ties to the city and this community. And my dog and these dog parks have helped strengthen those ties to this community. because of I've been able to go to these parks, I've been able to make friends. And not only make friends for myself, but my dog has friends now. And the idea of, particularly as someone who works from home, where this is my limited interaction with people, having that be limited or taken away, even with the idea of adding more parks and creating clearer policies, which I do think we need to have, still gives me cause and pause for concern. Mainly because I love the idea of parks being added on, but we all know that takes a long time. And so the idea of sitting at home and waiting for those parks to come around in the following years, especially when there's budget cuts and money gets worked around into other departments, feels a little bit to me like an empty promise. And again, that's mainly the concern that I have, is that I love the city, I love my dog, and I don't want to change something so drastically in a way that I know will probably negatively impact us both. That's it.
Thank you.
My name's David Veneer, and I like to ride my bike around that Prison Hill, Silver Saddle area. And I've had 3 negative experiences with off-leash dogs. I was charged all 3 times. One of them, I actually used pepper spray on the dog there to get from stopping to attack me. These dog owners that let their dogs loose without a leash, they think that they have command and control of their animal. And then that animal is able to get 1 free bite. And that's not right. I don't want to get bit. And it's to the point where I don't go on the trail. I don't ride my bike on the trail on the east side of Prison Hill in between the houses there. Because if I get mauled there, if I get messed up enough, somebody that's going to have to take me out on a stretcher, it's going to be a while. You just can't get out of that situation there. And I don't think it goes far enough, especially in these open spaces. The dog owners need to have some kind of physical restraint for their animal. That's a leash. And I don't know, if they want off-leash areas, then you should make Mills Park a nice big open area. You can put a fence up there, and then people that don't want to interact with these animals, they can go, oh, look at all these off-leash animals that can bite you. I'll stay away from that area. But when I ride my bike around there, there's sight lines with sagebrush where I can't see, the dog can't see. The dog goes off and it runs into the sagebrush, and then it comes out of the sagebrush wanting to bite me. And it's just not right, you know. I mean, I want dogs to be happy and everything, but I don't want it to be at the expense of me getting mauled. So, anyway.
Thank you.
No.
Thanks for signing in. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Green light, it's working,
There you go.
right? I just wanted to reemphasize the error on the map that shows the Kings Canyon Meadows as public property. So that needs to be corrected.
Have that noted, thank you.
And you can, tonight you can either approve the current draft or you can recommend to staff to make modifications. And one of the other modifications I would recommend is those 15 parks that are currently off-leash, go for a subset of those to remain off-leash. There's a lot of people that have spoken about the area they live in, they utilize it. Yeah, some other parks that people aren't concerned about. But this blanket process is going to cause more headaches than solve. Okay, just wanted to reemphasize that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Taylor Phillips again, real quick. I just wanted to point something out from my perspective that I noticed. We talked about statistics. I think we should throw that word out. We haven't really had any statistics more than just counting dog contacts, which dog contacts were, if I'm right, they're just incidents where our park ranger or, the employees have noticed and approached dogs that shouldn't have been there, right? And that's, or they've handed out pamphlets or something. So those contacts are the large number of dogs that have been somewhere they shouldn't have or in a park that they shouldn't have been in. But within that, there are conflicts. So those conflicts haven't even arisen as far as a conversation here is like dog bites or whatnot. I haven't heard any numbers, how many dog bites per, how many dogs have been to approved dog parts, et cetera. I think those are numbers that should be dealt with before any of these decisions have been made, which honestly, banking off of that, going to our animal control officer, his attitude, I think, says a lot of why we shouldn't do anything. The attitude was lackadaisical. It was, it isn't a problem. We don't have bites. We aren't talking about conflicts that are changing people's lives right now. We're talking about people with opinions. So I really would like to see some data. And nonetheless, that data that was collected, those dog contacts, was during, the majority of that period was during COVID, which is unprecedented times. Throw that data out. That wasn't a long enough time period. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
One more time.
Hello, my name is Randy Case. I've been a Carson City resident all my life. I was watching at home, decided that Charlotte and I should come down. I love dogs. I have dogs, always had. But I can tell you, as a child, I was bit a handful of times. It took a long time to get over that. And the thing that really made me drive down here is that I heard insignificant, minuscule, in relationship to the incidences that have happened. And I can tell you that maybe the proposed draft is not excellent, but something needs to be done. And I most certainly would hope that my local government would do whatever they could to ensure that she doesn't have any experiences as negatively as I did. So I urge you all, please not to dismiss the fact that statistically, yeah, less than 1% of people are going to have something, but for that small portion of people, it could be very traumatic. So I'm happy we're having this discussion, and I encourage you to find some middle ground, but please don't dismiss things because, yeah, an incident could be, oh, your dog barked at me. But it could also be much more serious, and it could affect many years. So I just wanted to come down and say that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just in full disclosure, this is my spouse and child. Thank you for voicing your.
Oh, they wanted to be on TV. That's what it was. All right. Well, I'm going to close public comment. And thanks for those that have participated. And I'm bringing it back to the board. So now we have an overwhelming task here. With a.
We have a supervisor. Oh, 1 minute? 1 minute clock.
Oh, I forgot about that part of my duty. Yes, we're going to have a 5-minute break here. so that we're out of here in a timely manner. I believe there's going to be a little bit of discussion on the part of the two different committees here tonight. So I did want to say one thing, though, that the questionnaire, there's a lot of statistics, that was a good word, statistics that weren't brought forward. And that the fact that almost 700 in some areas responded is huge for any survey. I've done surveys in recreation for years. That's my profession. 700 people, that's about as many people who show up to vote in Carson City, I think. That was just huge number of people that wanted to talk about dogs. And the number one thing above all else was the dogs off leash, creating problems with people with the dog on a leash or without a leash, or without a dog at all. That's number one, and there were several, many, up to one out of, let's see, I'll take it right off the sheet. So there was conflicts. 1/3 of the responders had conflicts. These are people with dogs and with people without dogs. And the people without dogs responded to this, which was 14% of the respondents, which is pretty good. They took the survey and don't even own a dog. So there's a lot of conflicts that we didn't talk about tonight. It's history that helped this board get where we're at. So we went through those statistics, and the staff took those very serious, trying to figure out how to get all this done. And there's support from people we found for wildlife areas for leashes, and that they'll support the fact that leashes are needed in some areas, but the conflicts is what stuck out the most, the safety part of this deal. There were dog owners, there were 213 of those 600 that had seen dog owners conflicts between just the owners fight. That serious dog, and they had 200 people of those 600 or more had seen serious dog encounters. And these are a lot of people kind of painting a picture across here that this board needs to deal with the safety part of this very seriously. And so those weren't presented, and we didn't bring all that back again because we already did do this. So, but it's important to understand that there's a lot of information, and most of the dog encounter problems were in dog parks, which shouldn't surprise people because that's where the dogs are given more of an opportunity to get themselves in trouble. But the owners realize that, and there's different things that they can do to better be prepared for places that you take your dogs like that. So there's a lot of stuff you guys that didn't see, and the board needs to remember that we had all this. And that was an excellent response by the public that showed support for what they put together as a final package. And we agreed to that as we talked most of the time. So we'll open it with that. But now we have a task in front of us to look at a policy that has a lot of pieces. It's like one bite from the elephant almost. There's a whole lot of pieces, but there's some commonality in a lot of these that there's sections that talk about, like the trailheads, and then they listed 10 of them. All you have to do is say all trailheads are prohibited from dogs. Dogs need to be on a leash on a trailhead, versus us going through 20 different parking lots and saying whether we agree or disagree with each one of those. One of the things that was really important that we discussed at the last major meeting about this whole policy was consistency. And that's part of the deal when you work in a bureaucracy. I've spent 40 years working in parks, and regulations play a part in that, a big part in that. For people's behavior that puts other people out of that experience that they need in that day. I mean, just like I was at Sand Harbor for 10 years. Playing Frisbee hit the headlines when we talked about you can't play Frisbee on the beach. So that hit the headline of the Reno paper, that you can't play Frisbee. So what's the big deal? What's the park doing that? So picture yourself with your blanket and your kids and laying there and somebody's throwing a Frisbee through you and running through your blanket and stuff. So these simple regulations, the same applies with the dogs. You have to have consistency so that even though there's these people that break the rules, so few and so many people that have really worked hard to behave and not have an impact on other people, you have to have these rules when you have a heavy use and a lot of conflicts with people. And the conflicts are shown. There's a lot of conflict out there. So it puts you in a position where you try to stay consistent with your rules, so then it isn't one park's this way and another park's this way. It's all parks this way, or all dog parks are this way, or all trails are this way, and that's what they tried to do. And I think there's some misunderstanding that they're taking away opportunities for people with dogs, and they really aren't. If you studied this, you looked at the passed and what Jennifer told you about the current regulation that's supposed to apply, and she's stuck with it right now. They've done a really good job, I think, of trying to get this discussion open about what we should or shouldn't do as a community to regulate. And we had a young man here tonight with his daughter that for fear of dogs and for people who don't behave, people who don't clean up. So you have these park regulations that you try to put out there that are kind of like when you're a kid, when you're school, you have these rules that you have to apply to. And so parks have to kind of do the same thing so you can do the best you can, make sure everybody's experience is the one they want that day. So with all that blah, 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 I'm going to open this up now and for people's comments about how you would like to move forward this as a policy. And right now it's open, and then we'll get more specific as we move more into this. Maybe we're finding some consensus in what we're saying as a group. This is not easy. This is going to be weldy because there's so many components to it. And so I'm opening up now for just raising your hands, and we'll move through however wants to make comments and Casey's already, Casey can come back again, so don't take that as your only comment. You have all the time you want, Casey. And I think, and I wanted to say this. This has taken me, I was told today, 9 years. Jen may have a different number, to get to this point. 9 years. So if it takes us a couple hours sitting here to solve 9 years of trying to get this together, it may have to happen because this is not easy. And that's why it's probably taken 9 years to get this. I remember people coming in open space saying, we want some dog regulations, and it took a long time. Go ahead, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I do want you to know I have a copy of the policy open, so if you have language changes that you'd like to propose, I can do track changes as we go and then be able to read that back to you to make sure we get things how you would like to have those read. I did want to also point out that the proposed area where dog parks or additional fenced areas that we brought up earlier could be proposed are existing parks that just would have fencing added to them. So they could be fairly quick. They're all ones that are eligible for residential construction tax. And as you know, there's a lot of building going on around town, which generates that tax specifically for that purpose. So there could be immediate funding available for those type of improvements. I know there was concern about, that would be an empty promise waiting years to happen. So I think there could be real opportunities for that. The ones that were identified were sort of a geographic distribution, so they're not all south of town like Sonoma and Fuji are right now. Looking at having one north, what are existing locations? If there's other locations that should be considered, please bring those up. We are open to that, but that's just the suggestions from the subcommittee. And then as far as the trailheads go, saying all trailheads, we have that definition available. We want to make sure that we have a very specific list to tell people. So I just want to clarify that. We should have an exhaustive list of that, and we did identify a couple errors that we need to clean up for that, just to make sure that they're city-owned and managed trailhead locations. And Lindsay might be able to jump in on that too.
Lindsay Boyer, for the record, Open Space Manager. And just to add to that, the list that we created had, beyond just trailheads, parks, open space, all of it, had to be exhaustive because of the way that the municipal code is currently written. You know, we're basically proposing that those locations be exempt from the current municipal code. So we couldn't just say all parks or all trails or all open space areas. We needed to specifically list those out.
No, I know you needed to, but I was trying to simplify it for us instead of us going trailhead by trailhead and having that discussion. Unless there's some changes and they're all trailheads, but these two, and understand that there's the list. And then if there's any disagreement about the list, then we'd have that. And I was trying to get it smaller.
And that might be a good starting point if there's consensus about trailheads, for example. All city-owned trailheads that meet that definition, and then we can clean that up for you. And then you might be able to move on to the next issue if that's a potential option.
Well, I'll take that to heart, I guess. That seemed to me that is an easier bite of the elephant to me is the trailheads. So, okay, well, I actually think that's a smart idea, Jen. So let's start then in a structured way. Let's start with the fact that the trailheads are all requesting leashes. Is there anybody that would like to say anything different or have any comments to that?
Always comment. I mean, I'm definitely in favor of trailheads having leashes because I do a lot of hiking. I haven't been doing it recently, but I'm too busy with other things. But I know I've watched too many incidents at trailheads. I've experienced too many incidents at trailheads. The minute you get in the parking lot, dogs are excited. And the minute you open that car door, they're out and running around, and I've been accosted myself. I've had dogs jump up on me, or I see them running out into the road. It's dangerous, and it's dangerous for the dogs, it's dangerous for me. And some of you know that I also sometimes hike with my cat. And, I'm a crazy lady that hikes with her cat. And they see the cat and they really go ballistic. What is this thing? And she's not real crazy about. She likes dogs if they sit down and let her come to them. But when they come racing up to her, she sometimes scratches their noses. So you don't want that to happen to your dogs. But no, I think that's an easy one. It's for the safety of the dog. It's the safety for everybody else. But I do want to say something else. I keep hearing people say that we're denying their dogs access to open space. That's not what this says. Open space trails, dogs can be off leash once they're out of the parking lot. So we even discussed at one point requiring 100 feet from the trailhead. But that, I think we finally decided that was too hard to figure out. There is one trail, and that's at the request of the hospital, right? That 500 feet of foothill trail. Fortunately, that's my cat's favorite trail. So she gets 500 feet. That's usually about what she's happy with anyway. So, you've got open space. We've got a lot of open space here where the dogs can be off leash. And so I'm in favor of that one.
Anybody else? Mary?
Mary Burge, Open Space. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. Every time this has been on the agenda, this room has been packed. The hallway has been packed. So it's very passionate, I know, and I want to thank, our city employees. They have been working so hard to try to solve this incredibly complex problem. I'm a dog owner. I love to let my dogs run. I know how I fall into that. Like, I think everybody loves dogs, but everyone doesn't love dogs. So I know I'm not going to get everything I want. And this is not a done deal. We're still hashing out all of these issues, and we thank you for bringing up what you feel passionate about. I really think that we do need way more dog parks. If we have to fence them, that's great. But one of the things that makes communities strong and healthy is to have people, pedestrians, and bicyclists out on the streets. It lowers crime, you connect with people, you become neighbors, you become friends. And we don't want to lose that. And I don't think we should have a limited number of parks for dogs. We need to have that ability to go there with your dogs and let them run. If that means we need more fencing at more parks, I think that is an excellent idea. The open spaces are a little more complicated, as the gentleman riding his bike mentioned. I have had bad episodes myself on my bike when I've been stopped by dogs, and I have witnessed dogs chasing wildlife, which is frightening to watch. So again, thank you, but I think we're not quite there, but we're getting closer every time. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Any comments about the trailheads specifically? See, that one went so easy. Is that what?
Do the same thing for the special use.
Yeah, I was going to do the one that's all the same color. So we're having some discussion here that might be another simple
Could I
one.
have a question?
Sure.
Answered just for information. I was a little confused because trailhead I'm fine with. Keep dogs on there because it's a congested area for all the reasons that we already said. When I was looking at the list here too, I was confused because it said the Korean War Veterans Memorial Park. That's the one down near Riverview, right? At the end of Fifth Street? Okay. That's actually kind of almost like a trailhead area, isn't it? It's a parking lot area. There's a memorial there for Korean War veterans as well, but that's kind of like a trailhead area as well, isn't it? But I guess you guys,
Riverview Park
because-
Trailhead.
pardon?
Riverview Park Trailhead, I thought, was the same thing.
Yeah,
I
so,
think you could consider it a park and a trailhead, and I think a lot of our parks serve as dual use for that. You might start at a park and then get on a trail system from there.
so how is it, so for this document though, it's considered a park, not a trailhead?
We could identify it as a trailhead. I think that would make sense based on the definition that's there, and it leads to Riverview Park.
Okay. Any other comments to trailheads? Okay, we're going to move to another one that, because it's all red. Special use facilities, which there's a number of reasons that dogs are prohibited at city facilities that have public events. And having dogs as part of those events are very difficult unless they're specially permitted, which can happen sometimes in these areas. So is there any comments to not having those restrictions for special use facility? Yeah.
My comment really is, there's been a lot of discussion about education and about community outreach, and I think it's really important for the community to understand why it's in the best interest of pet owners to, or why these are prohibited, why dogs are prohibited. When during the community events and kids are running around, that can create its own issue. And then it gets into if dogs are running around where they're not supposed to be, and then they need to be removed from that area. And then sometimes you'll find dogs put in cars, and it's too warm, and that's dangerous. And so we've discussed a lot about outreach and community outreach. It's, as a dog owner and as an animal advocate, we all need to do our part in keeping animals safe, looking out for each other, and respecting those areas that it's not a good place to have a pet, and going to other areas for that. So I just wanted to reiterate that, the whys behind the no on those.
Go ahead, Donatella.
Okay, I have a question. On the special use facilities, we would still allow service dogs, correct? And we would make a
Correct.
distinction between a service dog and an ESA animal?
We define the service dog as the definition in Nevada Revised Statutes. That's the one in your current draft
Right.
policy. By law, we have to allow those anywhere. So we would allow those at any of our facilities.
Okay, what about the people who claim they have an emotional support dog? That would not be allowed because it doesn't meet the definition under the
The
NRS?
emotional support animals, to my knowledge, are not covered under that federal law, which is outlined in NRS locally, so we didn't include that. Should that change and through legislation, we could always add that in later.
I'm just asking because I know there are occasions where it's maybe not appropriate to have a dog or any animal, and people go, but it's my emotional support. And I just wanted to preclude any
So
problems going
service
forward.
animals as defined, we would allow in any facility.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help? Okay.
Well, yeah, I just was worried about people saying bringing their pet rooster or something, how they do.
According to NRS, it's actually, a service animal is a dog or a miniature horse in the state of Nevada, so.
Any other comments about special use facilities? Go
So
ahead.
Commissioner Wilkie McCulloch, there was talk about the paved areas at Centennial Park. Is this where that exception would go? Or is that somewhere else, or is that not something we want to look at?
I think that would be appropriate discussion right now, because that Centennial Park is under the special use facilities unless you wanted to have just buildings and then move on from there to like the more specialty locations like the rifle range and the disc golf course and Centennial Park being a sports complex under special use facilities.
So, I guess if you maybe take that part off of it so that we can approve the special use ones and then bring it back to wherever Jen thinks we can put it to make that distinction that they could be on the pavement. Not sure where that would be.
It's,
Do you want to start with buildings first and then we could go through that? That might be easier.
so you're gonna go through each one of these then?
No,
Is that what
I
we're
don't- I'm
doing?
not
Not each
think each
one, just
one.
the kind of category of
Just
that.
the category of buildings and not
Yeah, I think.
complexes.
I
Okay.
think Commissioner Wilkie, I think we're talking about the same thing, so then she can.
So yeah, that's what I was talking about, just the complexes, or just the buildings right now, and then go to complexes.
Okay.
That'd be easier, you can get some of these off
So
the
what
list.
buildings, all of the I don't know which one of these are buildings sometimes.
I think it's mainly just like maybe the sports complex fields, because you have the Governor's Field and you have Centennial. Those are pretty much the only two that are sports oriented and are complexes more than buildings.
Do you want me to just read the list real quick and then we could clarify that and be able to move on? So the aquatics facility, the multipurpose athletic center, the community center, the Carson City Railroad Association building, so that's where the train is at Mills Park, the Foreman Roberts House, Silver Saddle Ranch Red House, and then the Wanganema House. So those would be the buildings. So if there's questions or concerns about those specific buildings, if not, we could move on.
As far as dogs being prohibited, no, I don't
Dogs
want to be.
prohibited in those
I don't want to be
buildings.
wrong. I assumed when I said what I just said a few minutes ago, you can special use permit dogs in any of these things, right? For events, things?
Yes, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we could talk about the powers of the director later.
I just want to make sure that.
To authorize classes or things like that.
Because I saw that you have some authority in the regulation way it's written up, but, so there always can be exceptions to these policies. So the buildings, any other discussion on the buildings? Okay, buildings we're okay with then. And now where we move next?
What about athletic type things like the aquatics facility?
You got quite the mix here.
So you have Capital City Gun Club, you have the archery range, you have the rifle range, and the pistol range. I think those are three easy ones too.
And the disc golf course.
So is there, did you all hear that? Whether or not we want to have any discussion? You want to go through those again?
Yeah, Capital City Gun Club, rifle, pistol range, and Tom Meigs archery range.
Oh, okay, so we've got.
Is there any concerns on any of those for dogs prohibited?
Gun club.
Yeah, those don't seem like some of the safer places you want to have your dogs running in an archery range, huh? I don't know if the air park was part of that or not.
Well, and if there was a specific, maybe like activity like NDOW wanted to have with dog use or whatever, perhaps that could be permitted for that specific activity or something like that. But I think as a general rule, I think they're
That's what
not
we're
typically
hoping.
compatible.
Yeah,
with,
hopefully
like,
we're
the
dealing
rifle
with the
range.
general rule with the exception always being there if it's needed. Yeah.
Correct.
Which always helps when you pass these rules that there's a chance that other activities can take place. So where are we at then? We got half the parties taken care of.
The cemeteries.
Cemeteries?
Yeah, we got all these cemeteries.
Is there any concerns that people want their dogs at a cemetery?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Then they start digging?
We didn't hear it. I think we really only heard concerns
About
about
Centennial.
the Centennial and then getting around the Red House at Silver Saddle Ranch. So maybe we could approve the rest of those and then just discuss Centennial and that Silver Saddle Ranch. Whew, it's getting late.
Jennifer clarified Silver Saddle Ranch.
Oh, right. So it's
that's
just
not an
Centennial.
issue.
Since Centennial is the only question then. So is there anybody that would want to change dogs prohibited at Centennial?
I think, I think allowing someone to walk their dog on a leash in the parking area in the winter, that isn't even within the spirit of Centennial not being open to dogs. And so I think it's something that we can absolutely support in that, sometimes you're walking a dog in the wintertime, you're not going to the trail, that kind of thing. So I think within the spirit of this, and maybe it does need to be that specific, but in the spirit of this conversation, I don't even know if it's an issue that we have to formally discuss, do we?
Well, the Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director, the suggestion was an easement.
Right,
I mean,
okay.
I appreciate that idea, but the city wouldn't give an easement to itself. So from a process standpoint, that mechanism might not make sense. I understand what you're saying about maybe during the off season, allowing people to walk through from that neighborhood that live adjacent, over in the Arrowhead area through the park to be able to go up to the top and let their dog run and be a lemlin. I mean, I get that from a practical standpoint. Where we don't want to encourage people is, it is a road, it is heavily traveled.
Correct.
That golf course is used year-round in the winter. I just worry about the dog conflicts in the roadway.
I
But
agree.
obviously, if it's off-season and there's not a golf tournament, not a sports field tournament, and, all those things going on where it's chaos, I don't think it would be a big deal, and I would trust our staff to, educate over, rather than calling that specifically out in the policy. I think that might be a practice rather than calling that out, but I just don't want to encourage dogs in the road area. That's my only concern.
Correct, and that, I agree with you 100%. That's where, so to single out a specific walkway, I don't know if, in some ways it does encourage it when that's not really the spirit of
And
the
that might be
request.
something we do need to update the master plan for Centennial Park and sort of reimagine that space. And I think at that time, when we do a master plan for that, we could identify perhaps a path or a trail that would accommodate for the local neighborhood to be able to get up there and provide that. But right now, there isn't a separated path or trail for them to be able to do it, especially now that we have the wild horse fencing in. So it is sort of difficult to navigate that. And that's probably what she's experiencing.
So I'm going to fall back. Are we all comfortable then with the way the policy is set up with this then for special use facilities? I see nobody nodding their head no. It's all yes. Great. That's two sections that we worked on.
Now the hard part.
Well, not necessarily. Let's go to the Carson City Park System parks because there's only two that are unique to this one. All of them are on leash for these, except for those two, Fuji Park and Sonoma, because of the dog parks. So is there any disagreement with being on a leash on those specific parks?
Can I?
I think there's comments coming down the line.
There we go.
This is where
I see, well, I gotta,
this is where the
I
rubber
gotta,
meets the road.
well, it was nice to get those two front ones up there easy, so low hanging fruit, we call that.
I think as evidenced not only by the public comment, but also by really just so much of the conversation around dogs, around community, around quality of life, around neighborhoods. I think it would behoove us to really focus on having several more in dog parks, availability for dog parks. I think Long Ranch is a perfect example of a system that is working and that is appreciated and that really highlights the beauty of what community can be. As I was listening to some of the conversations, some, the asides of an impact of a dog park it's interesting. So the whole idea of needing to drive somewhere when you have a community park nearby, yeah, some people don't have vehicles. Other issues are now we have more vehicles on the road, parking, and then lack of community involvement. So I really think that we need to focus on creating several more off-leash dog areas within several parks, and right now for sure include Long Ranch as a park that that section remains off-leash.
Well, can you define some characteristics behind before you just to make like Mills Park a dog park? What would you want there to be in place? Like the other dog parks have to have a fence.
Correct. So,
So
thank you. Great
so-
question. And I don't think every park is appropriate for dog parks. I think that that if we can have dog parks throughout Carson City, there are several on the north side of Carson. If we can have west side, east side, or no, the south side, and then also get north. But I think enclosed areas, so a fenced area, that is critical, because then people really can safely let their dog off leash. The dogs can run, and you're not having the conflict of dogs interfering with playgrounds. Listening to what brings people into neighborhoods where they might want to buy a home. Or I even think about when I've traveled, I was in Seattle, and there was talk about an urban dog park. It was a block, it was like surrounded by buildings, and it was a dog park within a very urban area. Toys and ramps and trees, and people went and enjoyed that area, and it actually brought visitors in, and they were, because they had a place for their dogs to stay. So I think it's important to be mindful of making available areas where people can let their dogs off leash. Another example of why is, folks who might be they might be mobily challenged themselves, and their animals really need to be able to exercise. They're not in a position to walk their dog on leash. Or, I'm a runner, and I'm a good runner, and I can't keep up with Hank when he really wants to run. And so we go to a dog park. So I think it gives those opportunities for people to let their dogs exercise. They enjoy neighbors, and the community gets closer as a result. But specifically, fenced-in areas, if we can earmark 3 additional parks throughout Carson that we could perhaps focus on getting some fencing, I think that'd be a great place to start.
Okay, I'm going to pick on you again, because, so in relation to us passing this tonight, you know about passing along the way this has been given to us. So we can't get them fenced next week, so there's a time frame. So if we pass this, would it be a recommendation that it be put on the agenda later to decide what these 3 parks might be, or might be 4 parks, who knows what it would be? But pass it as it's been written today? Or would you want to eliminate those parks right now on this?
I think that it's incredibly important. Whoops, is that me? That feedback? Sorry. I think it's important, yes, to move forward, I would like to recommend for a future agenda item that we choose several parks where we can focus on providing off-leash areas. I'm comfortable with moving forward, but I would like to have Long Ranch continue to have that area off leash because it's working. Now, if it means that it is earmarked for fencing, that's a different conversation. But I would be comfortable moving forward, but I think it's important that Long Ranch, it's an established community park.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, Jen gave us 3 parks that are scheduled or under consideration for fencing. What if we exempt those 3 parks from this tonight with the understanding that, say, within the next year or so, they would be fenced and let their status quo for those 3 go forward? Would that be acceptable to the board?
No.
Go ahead and speak to that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a list of criteria I'd like to suggest. One is that if any area is going to be considered as a dog off-leash park, it not be in a playground area. Now, Long Ranch has a playground area, but there's a section that the folks talked about that could easily be fenced as specific to dogs. No courts, good idea not to have any ball courts there. No ball courts, no courts in general, no picnic areas as part of that, and no trails. I was thinking, going through the list of all the 15 dog-friendly parks that are off the list now, that if we could target also small parks, because really the places that have that nexus of dogs and social relationships and community building tend to be some of the smaller ones. And from the community comments here, that seemed to be something that I caught a couple of times, not consistently. I just looked up your name, Sheila. You talked about Steinheimer, and I did it too. And I live right across the street from Steinheimer, and you and I have met there before. That's a really small park, and there are no picnic tables. There's about 4 benches, and that's about it. And ball playing is not allowed there either. I mean, like, what the else are you going to do there except walk your dog and have it chase balls? Anyway, these are some of the criteria I was thinking about. Keep it small and make sure that any area doesn't conflict with other people-centered activities as opposed to dog-centered. So, and then I looked at my map here, and there's quite a few small parks all over town that could qualify for that. Quite a few that have now been taken off the list as dog-friendly.
I do know that the 3 that Jen suggested, that were based on the recommendations, I believe they would meet your criteria for the most part. They do have playgrounds that are already fenced off. They're not really large. And Steinheimer would be a great one. And then I think Sunset Park off Washington would be another great one because that playground is also fenced off. And that is, there's a lot of people in that area. So those are great suggestions. But if we pick any parks we think could be candidates, could we make them exempt right now until we make a final decision, rather than just rush in and say that everybody has to be on leash till we make a recommendation?
Can I offer a suggestion?
Go ahead,
Jennifer
Jen.
Budge, Parks and Recreation
Yes, you
Director.
may.
As we're looking at neighborhood parks, I just want you to consider the neighbors and how close homes are to neighborhood parks. And oftentimes you have neighbors very close by. Sonoma Park is amazing, but we do have conflicts with the people that live next door to that park. So I think maybe some additional thought with that. The ones that we suggested tonight came out of the subcommittee out of this group were the locations that were recommended. Perhaps Steinheimer Park needs to be added to that potential list. One thing I might offer is if you decide on locations where you feel like these 3 or 4 areas should have a fenced dog park, perhaps those parks could be exempt until that fenced area would be instituted. So you would allow the off-leash activity to continue as it does now. And then when that fenced area is, then they would be confined to that fenced area for that park once it is built. So once we have the money and are able to institute that, maybe there's like a grace period.
Wait, Donna's been trying here a couple of times. Go ahead, Donna.
I'm really concerned about one thing. The people that showed up tonight are the people who are the dog owners who really want the dogs, but we haven't heard from the neighbors who may not want the dogs around. So, you know, I think that's what Jennifer was pointing out. We haven't heard from them. There may be a lot of neighbors around who aren't speaking up. They don't know that they have the right to speak up and say, you know, we don't want all these dogs around.
So one thing we might do is if you have let's say you want to do Steinheimer Park and you're proposing that that park be fenced and be a true dog park. You know, for a future meeting for that item, we could notice the neighbors and really target a focus meeting on that and perhaps do a master plan update for that park just to make sure that it's all on board and then the Board of Supervisors approves that use to go through the proper process and not just, you know, dump it into this as another thought. But that way the neighborhood can speak to that use. Just a suggestion.
Go ahead, Leah.
Hey, Ben. So, all right, I have a toddler, so it's past my bedtime. But let's see if this works out. So what I'm hearing from the folks who came tonight is that we really need and from the board's discussion, we really need a more independent review of each park, right? But the problem is we have Municipal Code 13.02.090 that was put in 1981. It is older than me by over a decade. Just throwing it out there. That's the municipal code that prohibits dogs in parks, right? And then we also have Municipal Code 7.13.080 that talks about keeping your dog on a leash or under voice command. And I'm looking at this list, our list of parks, and you know, all of them have the on leash except for the 2 dog parks. Can we kind of turn this around and instead recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they remove that Municipal Code 13.02.090 prohibiting dogs in parks unless otherwise exempted, and ask them to remove that, you know, the voice command and, you know, go with leash. So it's complete. What we're asking for in the city parks is to have dogs on leash, and then we can come back and we can evaluate each park independently based on the needs of the neighborhood. So that way, you know, the folks in the Longview Park get that moved forward with the off leash. I hear a lot of sighs, so I'm guessing I'm way off base. But you know, we're removing regs.
I thank you for your suggestion.
No bedtime.
That's
for
a
me.
little bit weldy. I know that would go through each park. I don't know. The staff might start pulling their hair out.
So is that something we could recommend?
It's really,
or no?
well, I mean, if it was like 1 or 2 parks, but there's like a whole lot of discussion there. So I'm open to some other discussion. I see a hand.
No answer.
I had that on there. I think the most compelling thing for me for doing this whole exercise was what Jen said earlier. The codes are all obsolete. And everybody's saying, why don't you enforce what's on the books? What's on the books you wouldn't want enforced. So I think it's time. I like the suggestion of updating the codes first and making sure that that the places where dogs are allowed would be okay and not all prohibited across the board. But I see already that's not going to go over.
Well,
Commissioner.
Ben Johnson, Senior Deputy District Attorney for the record. And thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. That is actually something that the Parks Director and the Open Space Manager and I were discussing when we were revising the policy for this meeting. And that is one of the options, of course, would be a recommendation to the District Attorney's Office or to, well, it would still have to go to the board to, request that ordinance change. However, for anyone that doesn't know, the District Attorney's Office is currently in the process of a multi-year review and complete rewrite of our municipal code. And so that's going on right now. The Assistant District Attorney is heading that up. And so we were trying to come up with a way that might get this implemented faster, simply because, the code sections are being rewritten in a certain order. So they're starting with the preliminary sections right now, and then I believe the plan later is to go to Title 18, which is all of the planning and community development, so all the building codes and all that would get implemented. So I don't, we certainly can go down that route where we, propose, and it would obviously make it much easier, or maybe not much easier, but it would make it quicker and maybe cleaner to do it that way. So that's kind of why it came out a little bit convoluted. Because of the way that the code is written, we kind of had to work backwards where, right now everything is prohibited. So we have to go backwards and say, we want the Board of Supervisors to allow it. And so that's kind of where we ended up with this policy and why. So a code change is absolutely, eventually going to happen to rewrite not only Title 7, but also Title 13. So for anyone who doesn't know that, those are the animal codes and the park codes. And so this will all be, we can fold I guess the idea was that we would implement a plan now so that we sort of have a framework of what the board wants, or sorry, what both commissions want and then the Board of Supervisors want, and then sort of fold that into whenever we do the code rewrite. I just don't know the timing if, we could push through, because generally we don't like to just do small code section rewrites. If you're going to go into the code section, we like to look at it all. And just because of the timing, so to answer, it's a very long answer to your simple question of, yes, you can do a recommendation to the board to just change the code. But we thought that this was a more proper way to get it moving forward because, as Jen has pointed out, this has been a multi-year process talking about the dog policies. So that was our, what we came up with to move it forward, to get it in front of the board. But, it's absolutely at your discretion if that's, something this board wants to do instead of this policy.
Thanks, Ben. And that recommendation, that code would only affect the park side, none of the open space stuff.
It would probably affect both. I think currently we don't have, the Open Space Commission in the past has drafted code sections that weren't unfortunately adopted. But I know that the plan is to implement so that we do have, I think right now we're treating both open space and parks as subject to Title 13. So the rules are applied in both open space and parks areas, but the plan, I believe, in the future is to have ones that delineate, specifically to open space because the needs are obviously not identical.
Awesome, thank you. I didn't mean to step on open space toes. The municipal code reads dogs in parks, so I just figured it was in our wheelhouse.
And you have more votes.
I got one.
So I'm back here with the, still don't have it as an actionable item yet. That I know Long Ranch is one that had the public comments, and that's what the squeaky wheel, I call it. And when they show up to represent that community, they pretty well did that with the most comments by a long shot. But I don't know what else we pull out of the policy besides that one.
Steinheimer did get some support here, and I know that Steinheimer had some emails sent in, or at least they said they were going to send them in. So just because they weren't here.
So
doesn't mean they didn't have
that's
support.
not on Jen's list though, right? I don't think it was for future budget items and stuff, so it would be something new?
Well, it was just a
Or same with
draft
Longview.
conceptual list from the subcommittee. That doesn't mean that can't change. So if we want to consider Steinheimer, I just would suggest that we involve the neighborhood and get their feedback from that one. Long Ranch, we've clearly heard from people. There is existing off-leash use there. You already have some established behaviors there. There isn't dog leash or off-leash use near the playground. We had the suggestion from one of the citizens that called me this week that maybe we fence the playground at Long Ranch Park as a compromise to make sure that that area is protected as a potential solution.
Commissioner Wilkie, just for infamous for time, because we've been doing this for 3 hours now, is there a reason that we have to approve this tonight? Or is this something that we can bring back with another joint meeting? I know that it's been 9 years, and I know 2 years we've been very active in trying to get to this point, and I was hoping we were at this point a year ago. So, like it's been talked about, there are other parks that may want to look at with the neighborhood because we're only hearing one side. And then the neighborhoods would get a chance to weigh in. I don't know how the commission feels about that, but like Commissioner Case, this is getting close to my bedtime too. So just for clarity speaking, because it always seems like when we do stuff with the school board, it seems like we get to that point like we are here, and then you have one group come out, and the other group does not know that this group is coming out, so you're not getting the other side. So maybe if we can allow another meeting, joint meeting to get both sides together and maybe really look into a couple of these parks. I mean, because like Sunland Vista, we're going to take out the playground equipment. That's a totally fenced-in park, and that could be a dog park just like that. So, and I don't know how the commission feels about delaying.
So I think you absolutely don't have to approve anything tonight. There's no time-sensitive issue. I've only been here for 6 years and been dealing with this, but obviously the first action was the temporary exemption of Mayor's Park in 2000. So if you want to look at that, it's been a 22-year process. But it's going to go on forever in all of our lifetimes. There's always going to be some challenges with that. You could take portions of this out that you guys are very comfortable with and take those sections and recommend those portions of the policy to the Board of Supervisors possibly. And then if there's outstanding issues, we could continue to talk about those. So those low-hanging fruit, perhaps that could be something that we could move on with. If there's other direction for staff and you wanted to have maybe some focused meetings on certain parks or whatever moving forward, and we could try to post some, signs at those parks or notice some neighbors in those specific areas, we could always do that. We're open to anything. We would just like some support for the park rangers. It's just really hard because because the code as it's written, it's just really difficult. And we want to be able to have the appropriate signage at the appropriate location so we can enable them to help educate the public on the appropriate use. But, like Mills Park is a huge issue. Right now we have the Mills Park survey out right now, finding from people, and dogs are a hot issue at Mills Park. And we have signs everywhere. It does not matter. There are parks everywhere. So, maybe as part of the survey, do we consider a fenced dog area at Mills Park to provide people a place where they can go? Or we allow dogs on leash at Mills Park? Those are great things to discover as we're doing that survey. So we can proceed however you guys are comfortable. I don't want you guys to force the decision. I know it's late.
Well, I hate to
We'll
kick
do whatever you
I hate
would
to
like
kick
to
the
do.
can down the road. It just keeps happening. I mean, that's what they run our federal government. They've been kicking the can for years here. So,
I would be comfortable if we voted on special use facilities and trailheads tonight, and then maybe revisited the park section when we've got more feedback from neighbors and we have more information so that we can make an informed decision. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but that would be my suggestion.
What about the open spaces area at the bottom? The one that's mostly green?
yeah,
Right.
But just the three that we've talked about, I'm ready for two of them.
So the special use facilities where dogs are prohibited, and
but it's the regulations.
so the
This is
special
just an
use
attachment.
facilities, there's really no change because they're already prohibited per code. So you just basically be reiterating those areas. There's really nothing to take to the board for that separately. This trailhead location, though, requiring leashes at the trailheads, perhaps we could combine those two, bring that to the board, reiterate that, and then work on signage in those areas as a good first step.
Well, maybe we need to start at 8 in the morning so people don't get all tired. So there's the whole dog rules and regulation that we're not even going to look at then, I would guess. And then we're going to just look at two little tiny pieces that support this. Yeah, I know. It's like the bite of the elephant, huh? I mean, if that's the board's wishes to just look at two small items and then wait 4 months for any other discussion and then put a lot of work on staff to gather a whole lot of neighbors, a whole lot of neighbors.
The other thing too, and we could talk about it now or we could talk about it under future agenda items, is We don't really have a lot proposed for the August meetings of the individual boards. Would you want to consider maybe another joint meeting so we can continue this discussion?
Well, can
Because-
staff bring in 15 different communities for their
Yeah, we don't-
parks, though?
well,
I
it's the
don't,
same package. I mean, we just would post it.
that's all. Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
I'm just wondering, because I know this is a huge task for Jennifer and Lindsay, and it's hard to communicate because we don't have a newspaper anymore. We don't have a television station in this town. People are saying we didn't know about this, but hundreds of people did know about it. So is there some way to help these ladies out that each community, well, I'll call you that goes to a certain park can help you talk to the neighbors and then report to them to help gather this information? Otherwise, we are just spinning our wheels. Have you ever, like a volunteer committee?
So I appreciate, I hang out at Blackwell's Pond Park, Riley Circle Park, Ronald Wilson Park, and occasionally I'm over at Carriage Square, but that's like way outside my neighborhood. So I'm happy to chat with people in my neighborhood parks.
Can I
Go ahead, Donna.
It sounds like all of a sudden we're doing surveys of every park. I thought that's not the way we were going. Let's not get so deep into the weeds, please.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree, but I also agree we don't have enough open running dog parks. And
But
I don't
do
feel
we
comfortable
need
shutting them
so
all off
many
until,
dog parks that we've got more dog parks than we have regular parks? Well, how many dog parks do we really need in this town?
That'd be part of that discussion. What we're doing is moving away from what I think's on the agenda.
I think so too.
And I think we're moving away because people are tired and they don't want to kick the can. I mean, that they don't want to finish the more difficult parts of this policy, which we didn't get to yet, that's just a bummer, that's all. And then it doesn't work sometimes. I feel bad for the staff because it's taken them years to get to this point. So I'm trying to get us in a position so that we can give them something. And this Parks and Rec is fluid. Every 2 months, somebody might want to give $1 million to some park and fence them. So stuff's going to happen probably every day. Jen gets a phone call where stuff changes, the priorities change, what people want in the community and problems that she has to tackle. What we were trying to do is just get some regulations on the books, and then we can deal with these special items when they come up, or they're a problem, or they're, like Longview showed up tonight, and there's been some willingness to circle it out of that group. So I'm trying to get us to that point so we can support staff in moving this forward. If we wait 2 more months, I mean, are we going to revisit the whole policy again? Start all over again? Because we didn't pass the policy. We haven't
Right.
even started
and
the
I
policy.
agree with that. I think you've done a great job of keeping us on that road. My worry is that we're getting so deep into the weeds now that it's going to be impossible. I'm not looking at staff to do a survey or anything. Well, I'm looking more at the next joint meeting. If there's people that want to bring out the other sides or the things, then they come and they do it then. And then we're working with our transparency issue. I think whatever we do, we can get through this tonight if you want, but I don't think it's gonna end up being the kind of policy that's gonna stick. I think it's gonna come back and it's gonna get revisited and revisited, which.
We're never going to satisfy everybody.
Right, and that's right, and I agree with that. So, I mean, I am more than willing to go ahead and, you can check off the boxes or whatever you want to do to get through it. I don't want to put any more work on staff. I want to be able to have the park rangers be able to enforce the things that they need to enforce for the safety of the community, not just for the dogs being able to run free, but there is a safety issue that needs to be looked at. Blackwell's Park is, it's got both, and that playground is not fenced off. And I go there with my 3-year-old grandson and probably 3 times a week. And there's open dogs without leashes. continuously. So I mean, it has been a problem that we've had to deal with. I think staff has done a great job of putting everything together with everything that we had today. I'm just not to kick the can down. It's just that I just don't know if we're at that point where we can go forward and feel comfortable with what we're doing. I think that a lot of stuff has been brought up today that we don't have answers for.
And I don't know, I mean, that's, when you have all these different opportunities for changes, that's what got us in the weeds.
Yeah.
Instead of looking at, that's why you looked at trailheads, you look at special facilities, and you pass the rule that those things need to happen. We got into individual situations and got totally into the weeds versus this big picture, what we're trying to pass these rules for open space, for trails, for buildings. There was these 5 categories in here, it might be more or less than that, but I thought that's what we were gonna try to do and try to stay out of the weeds, because that's what will get us in trouble. Because we're all gonna disagree probably on 1 or 2 different squares in every one of these. And if we don't all agree at the same thing, it's gonna unravel. So I'm gonna go down and start at the right and ask each person if they wanna move forward with this or they wanna move it down and take action on what little we've done tonight. So let me start down here so I get an idea where the group's at. Let me start with Mary.
Okay, before I say yes or no, I'm sorry.
No maybes. No maybes.
Can we turn, because of the representation here of Longview and Steinheimer or whatever, can we switch those boxes to green for now?
That's what,
And then
that's
vote.
what was proposed.
Yes.
That was proposed.
Yes, yes, I agree with that.
So you're saying let's finish up with those 2 categories and call a vote without passing the regulations?
No,
Just
I want to move
just the
forward.
attachments.
If that change is made,
Yeah.
I want to move forward with this
Okay.
tonight.
I got you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Casey?
Okay, I like the idea of switching a couple of boxes to green, but I think we also need, and thank you for including Steinheimer, and of course Long Ridge, but I'm looking at the distribution, and we still have a lack of distribution of green non-leash parks in other parts of the city. Is there a way to just say a small park where, can we find quickly a couple of other parks to add to that green box that are distributed around the city? There were
So-
15 that were taken off the list, and I have them highlighted on here. 15 taken off the list and or were highlighted as not dog-friendly.
Not dog friendly?
Well, on the website, it says dog-friendly parks. There were 15 15 dog-friendly parks on the website, on the Parks and Rec one. And all but 2 of them are on the list here without.
So we don't have that information though, right? That was on the website, you're saying?
Yeah, on the Carson City Parks and Rec, there's a,
I read those at the beginning, how we currently
Right.
have dog-friendly parks, and that's the practice,
Right.
not per
Yeah.
the code.
yeah, that, right. And the practice is it's dog-friendly, but the reality is that by code, they're not. And now what we're saying is, let's try to make them be dog-friendly officially instead of extra officially, I guess, and say green for Steinheimer, green for Long Ranch, but look at the list and let's find a couple of other smaller parks where we can either fence off the kids inside the playground or fence off the dogs away from the kids. And a smaller park, so we don't have to spend a whole heck of a lot of money fencing.
And I think we had those suggestions from the subcommittee, so Mayor's Park would be another one, and Ronald D. Wilson.
Okay?
So none of us are privy to what you just said in front of us. So you're asking for your solution is to change that, and then what do you want to do past that?
I lost track of my thought.
So I think if I can try to help.
Thanks.
So I think she was trying to piggyback on Commissioner Berg's comment, which would be change Long Ranch and Steinheimer Park to green
Right.
as allowing dogs, but adding a couple more to make sure we have a geographic representation and off-leash areas for more accessibility. So that would also include Mayor's Park. So it'd be Long Ranch, Mayor's, Ronald D. Wilson, and Steinheimer Park, is what I was hearing with that, changing those to green.
Does that also,
Six parks.
So then that would also mean Fuji, the dog park, not the entire park, and then Sonoma Park, the area that's not the playground, would still be allowed for off-leash use. So that would be a total of 6 areas within the city that would have, the goal would be fenced. And I think until we got money for fencing, off-leash use would be permitted based on what the
Well, the
two
motion
board
isn't,
members just
the
said.
motion wouldn't be to build a dog park, it's just to make sure they can have the dog on it for now. We're not talking about all the other things that are gonna happen from doing that.
Oh, okay.
That's all the weeds there. I mean, where the money's coming in the budget, the fence, the doing these things that make it a dog park. So I just,
So those were all from the subcommittee, so we had
right,
already
so
kind
if
of gone.
so we green those, or whatever the color is we switch them to. So we just add a bunch more dog parks, even though we haven't passed the fact that those could become dog parks in this motion. That's what was been asked.
I would recognize that off-leash use is existing at those areas that you proposed now. The only probably question would be Ronald D. Wilson and probably working with that
well,
neighborhood
it's
to
just
make
gonna-
sure that they were comfortable with
It's
that.
gonna be hard to make a motion that maybe covers that a little bit. So do you want to move on or stop at that point? Meaning the rest of tonight? Do you want to stop with your recommendation and then make a motion?
I do not want to make a motion because I'm confused.
Okay.
But I'd
wasn't
be
asking
happy
for
to
a
second
motion.
one that I thought.
That's
Mr.
okay,
Chair.
you're doing fine.
Ben
Where are we
Johnson,
at?
Senior Deputy District Attorney for the record. Ma'am, if I could just make a suggestion, perhaps an easier way to do this might be for somebody to make a motion to either,
That's what I'm asking them essentially.
No, but I mean, instead of because you're essentially taking a vote, if you just have somebody make a motion, if anyone's prepared to make a motion, to either, table for another meeting for further discussion or to proceed
Sure,
with.
that's fine. I understand what you're saying. I'm going to call for the question then. Anybody wants to make a motion on what we haven't done tonight? What the motion would look like?
Commissioner Meyer would like to try to make a comment. He's been online and he's
Oh.
waiting patiently.
Quietly.
Where are you?
Where is he?
A moment of silence?
He was texting me that he was trying to comment and he was concerned that we couldn't hear him, but obviously we can't hear him.
We haven't heard him all night, actually.
He is not currently on the line.
Oh, he was earlier. I'll text him and tell him to try to log back in.
All right, well, Mary's is ready to make a motion down there.
Okay, I might need some help here. I move to make a motion that we pass this with these changes,
Pass what?
this document. What is our document called? I can't even remember now.
Dog rules and regulations.
Dog rules and regulations. That Longview, Steinheimer, Mayor, Ronald Wilson,
Sonoma and Fuji. Sonoma is already.
well, Sonoma's already,
Fuji's already.
that,
There's one more that the subcommittee came up with.
be changed to off-leash. Permitted. Yeah, no leash, what am I? Off-leash permitted.
What about the other two items that we had agreement to?
What other two items?
Special use, what are they called, those facilities?
Yeah,
So
facilities.
just to clarify real quick.
Yes, please.
You're making a motion that you'd recommend the policies and guidelines related to dog use within the parks, trails, and open space for future consideration of the Board of Supervisors with the changes that you made.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I second.
I have 2 seconds. Don was allowed a second. Go ahead. That's where we're at. We're discussion now, so there can be discussion.
On that motion, does that include all the parks that are on the website that currently allow off-leash, or is that a subset of those?
They're already off-leash, so
Is it all of them that are on the website, or is it just a subset?
Just that subset.
Just a subset.
That's it. Just that one, that all we would pass tonight. Not even the policy then.
No,
Just,
the policies.
Yeah.
so the policy passes and that one section, even though we did 3 sections.
So to try to help explain the motion was to approve the document as presented with the changes to turn Longview, Steinheimer, Mayers, and Ronald D. Wilson as green, allowing for off-leash use at those 4 parks. But no other changes were proposed except for making, well, it wasn't in the motion, but it was discussed earlier, as making the Korean War Memorial identified as a trailhead for requiring a leash.
What about special use facilities and trailheads that we all agree?
We didn't have any changes in the discussion.
So that
for
leaves,
what,
so the rest of the document stays then?
yes, as her motion.
So the
just-
only changes is that one section and everything else passes. And then all of
We
the,
have to make an amendment to the motion to add the Korean War.
so that would mean all the trails are, everything that on the attachments passes as is. I got it. I understand the motion. Now I got discussion on that motion.
I need clarification. Are we talking about Long Ranch or Longview Ranch?
Long Ranch and Longview are the same park. A lot of the residents refer to it kind of intermingling there.
Any more discussion? None? Well, I'm feeling guilty here. I'm having major problems with the trails on the river, so I
Hold
I
on.
didn't get to that point.
One more clarification. So in this document, you have Long Ranch Park Trails on leash, but it's marked as red, right? Is that what there was a
You're speaking about Long Ranch specifically?
it was the Long Ranch Park
Yeah,
Trails.
That was an error. We'll fix that.
So what is it exactly then?
So given this proposed, I would be changing the language to say off-leash.
Off-leash,
The
okay.
color would remain the same.
Okay.
So seeing everybody's ready to vote, because I guess tired, 'cause I actually had a lot of problem with the river trails, and then there were some trails on Silver Oak that I never heard of, and I live there. It's all sidewalk, I thought, but I'll let all that go, because I've got all these people with a motion on the floor, and there's no more discussion.
yeah.
What's your problem?
Well, you live in the desert. I'm gonna do what I do with my school kids. I take them down to Ambrose. Everybody familiar with Ambrose?
Yeah.
I turn them around at Ambrose and look at the desert. That's one of part of the experience. I want you to describe that to me, what that desert feeling looks like as you look away from the river. So, and they'll come up with all the terms of hot, dry, no animals, scary, desolate. And then I turn around and have them face the river. Now give me your feelings of the river. And they'll always come back with green and nice and cool and animals and all that kind of stuff. And in the desert, that's what those rivers bring. It's huge for the food chain and for birds and for the animals that live in that water course, that corridor. So to me, trails have all of the Carson River is off leash. I think that's terrible. It's going to scare all the wildlife away, and it's a known fact with trails. The dogs have an impact on trails when it comes to wildlife, especially smaller critters and animals. They've done studies of it in Colorado where, because dogs do this on a trail. And it actually has a clearing, and that sometimes will mess up your ecosystem a little bit, just a tiny bit. So I'm worried that was carte blanche off the leash on the river. Totally thought that was wrong thing to do. That's disrespecting that one little river course in Nevada. What, we got 8 rivers in the state? Most of them you can jump. But they're critical to the habitat in this community and how the wildlife is and that whole experience of taking your kids down there and the bird list. But dogs, if you let them run wild, will harass them. And it's just part of their nature and playing in the water and having a ball. I had some problems with that being off leash that I wanted to discuss. I thought it was really important for protection of the river. to not allow them to, I don't care if they're on a leash or if you can pick one spot like down in the Carson River Canyon we talked about, let them go. Let them play down there, but stay out of Silver Saddle, Mexican Ditch, and all those places where they play in the water down there.
Buzzy's Ranch.
So I wanted to say that, and that was all I was going to actually address, other than the Silver Oak trails, which I'll ask staff later about. But that was my only other point, to protect the river.
Mark, I have a question for Ben, probably. Can I amend the motion?
So just for parliamentary procedure, yes, you can amend your motion, and then you would need an second to the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't think I can think straight, but I'm going to try. I would like to suggest a movement for the dog rules and regulations policy of the Carson City Park System list, that we pass the special use facilities portion and the trailhead portion and the park portion with changes to Longview, Mayers, Steinheimer, and Ronald Wilson to off-leash. But not moving to the other portions. We will not vote on those other portions tonight.
Donna's your second and asked you why, so we have a chance to think about this.
Yeah, I do. Well,
I guess
I
for
wanna
discussion later.
I want to respond to Mark. And Dan Graytech addressed that also, the issue.
A motion.
Chair, sorry.
There's a chair on, yeah, there's a floor.
There is a motion
on the
pending,
floor.
so if you want to call for a second, and then you can invite discussion if there's a second.
If you second it.
I don't know why you changed what you had to say, Mary, and confused the devil out of me.
I changed because we haven't had the opportunity to talk about the open space areas where dogs can run off leash or water areas either. We've only been able to talk about trailheads, facilities, and these parks. But the open space areas, we haven't had any discussion whatsoever.
You're correct, and given that, I feel like we need to postpone this for another meeting.
Well, she's got a motion to cover
I
part
second
of what
your
we did. We
motion.
just didn't cover it all. Well, she has to modify. She needs to second.
Yeah, I'm not willing to second. Oh, I see what you're saying. You want to,
So you don't, the original second doesn't have to second the motion. There is now a second
I second
to the motion.
Oh, she doesn't have to modify, because she didn't. Oh, so who's the second? I heard it, but I didn't see it. Oh.
so.
All right, does everybody understand that motion? I understand it, so I'm
I
clear.
think I understand it.
Does anybody not understand? Ask the question so that we make sure you understand it before. We gonna try to read it back? I don't know if the recorder can read that back yet or not, but or is it Mary
Well,
trying to?
I think it might need to be amended again because she didn't include the trailhead at Korean War Memorial in this latest motion.
Oh, I see the Korean War Memorial is on leash on my list. So I'm kind of confused why that is.
It wasn't listed as a trailhead, so the board had suggested adding that to the list of trailhead locations that
Oh, I see.
required a leash.
Yeah, right.
So it would probably list and say Riverview Park Trailhead / Korean War Memorial to be clarified where they require a leash.
The grocery store.
Look, I don't know what to do now because do I need to remake the motion? But I think
It's similar to the motion you made previously that was amended to include that as a trailhead location.
by me,
Yes.
Yes.
I amend that the Korean War Memorial / Riverview Trailhead be included in the trailhead for on leash.
Then I had a second again. All right, so we have a second again. Is everybody clear? I think this is pretty good, actually. This is bureaucracy at its best here. This is how you get things done on the planet, though. It takes time, but it gets done. So, any more discussion? Okay, I'm going to call for the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimous. We're closed on this agenda item, and we still got 2 more to go, so, thank you, that was really good, thanks. I mean, that's not easy.
So we're gonna come back and talk about open space.
Oh, well, it's not even vote, we haven't even finished the vote yet. We still got more to
So,
go.
hold on, when do we wanna, do we need to do a joint meeting to review the open space, or can we do that in just the August?
Well, that's
open
not part of the
space?
agenda, so now we've got another agenda. We knew the next agenda item, and maybe when we come to the end of the meeting and new agenda items,
Yes. thank
then
you.
we'll do that. Hang on a second. Go
Can we
ahead.
have a 1-minute recess to stand up?
Well, I was gonna ask
My
you if
watch
that's what
just
you want.
beeped at me.
Yes, there's a 5-minute recess, and then we can get the last 2 items that are just as important covered.
Are you going to be in any frame of mind to even listen to the last 2 items?
Yep, definitely,
We don't
especially,
have much choice.
Everyone is tired.
they need to.
We want to know if we can come back.
We're back in session here. We had a little bit of heavy discussion here at the break, and I'm going to take public comment on the art. But to be fair, for this group, what?
Memorial isn't that next?
Oh, that's true. Well, let me finish here what we're doing. I'm just kind of outlining what we're going to do. So the memorial, did anybody come here to talk about the memorial? No, it's okay. I just want to know that I was going to bring, I'll let him come forward. So nobody that I know, are you coming here for the memorials policy?
The stones?
No, 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 just the memorials.
What what?
5B.
5B. If you came for comments for that, I'll give, okay, all right, so we're fine with that. We feel, after some discussion here with the leadership team, that we wouldn't be fair to the art group if we had that discussion tonight. We want to bring it to the next meeting. And what we would do in the next agenda that we're going to try to put together here with the joint is the art could go first, and then we'll maybe do the dog after, so that art gets a fair share of what we're trying to do. And I hope you would understand that, because it's getting late, and that we want to do the best we can to give you the time you want. And that was a decision that was made. But you still get to make public comment. So I'm going to have you come up, give your comments, and you'll be able to come back again. Well, hang on just a second, so I can get this. I got to get you to sign in. You already signed in?
I'm signed in a long time ago.
Let me make sure that I have some full agreement here with the board and Jen and staff that what I.
Mr. Chair, if you could just clarify which item that you're on, so we have the
That's
public
it.
comment for that item. If you're going to skip the memorials policy and come back to that, or,
No, that's what I was.
okay, so you're going to have.
You're doing right.
To clarify, you're going to have item 6A heard now, and we haven't yet discussed item 5B. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So as long as everybody clearly understands that, then it's important that we all have some agreement there, and we only lost one so far. That's not bad.
We're just taking comment. We're not having a full discussion.
No discussion, no vote. Just let them make their public comment, because they sat through a very long meeting, and they should be able to tell us what's going on.
This
here.
is our first time here. By the way, this is a good rock for you guys. Hope.
Oh, I thought it said Pope.
For a minute there, I thought I was going to be talking about dogs again, but no,
There you go.
Yeah, my name is Rich Boyle, and I live at 1817 Montelena Court. And just talking about the policy and procedures that you're looking at for decorated rocks. And in the Nevada appeal, it talked about the National Park Service considers painted rocks illegal graffiti. They also maintain the rocks are source of pollution. So it's kind of skewed to start with, because there's a different category. You know, it's like comparing apples and oranges. What kind of trails? And the one I'm talking about in particular, and I've talked to Jennifer before about this, is the S&T Trail. And it's east of the Wellington subdivision, and it's less than a mile.
Oh, the V&T. The V&T, there you go.
V&T,
There you
excuse
go.
me.
You're fine.
Yeah. And during the pandemic, we started doing some rocks, decorated rocks, and with hope. And, well, you can see these things, you know, to give people a smile and all that stuff like that. And it basically says, place a rock against the VT cinder block wall and leave the rock there for everyone to enjoy. And so a lot of people joined in on this thing. And there was like about 300 rocks there. And then they were gone. And apparently someone didn't like them for some reason. And I thought maybe it was Public Works, and I talked to Jennifer, and it wasn't. It was somebody else just came in and took the rocks. Now, this is not a pristine trail. You know, I could see it on a pristine trail, and maybe that's what you're going to be looking at in this policy and procedures. It's going to be all kinds of different trails. But this is not a pristine trail. I mean, when you start paving it with asphalt and you have cinder block walls right next to it, what it was is it's kind of like a commuter trail. You're going over to the college and all this, and we've had so many people participate in this thing and say, oh, this is really great and all that stuff. But anyhow, I'm just saying that when you work on this policy and procedure, just remember there are different categories. You know, and it's got to be looked at. And I'll be talking to Jennifer because I still want to know where those 300 rocks went. And apparently she has some sort of a lead and was going to take a look at it. But this is pretty much just for the future, and they're looking at the policy, just have different categories. And asphalt is not pristine.
All right. Well, I apologize for the fact that we weren't given that fair shake tonight, but I think you'll be beneficial if we come back with fresh minds next time for you.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
He gives
And
us,
help yourself.
oh, those are handouts.
Yeah, help yourself to these things. Yeah. A little and it goes with me.
I wish they were edible right now. Thank you very much. Oh, all right, we have another public comment.
Sheila Bridges, Ridgefield Drive. I also walk down Northridge. And yeah, I'd like to know about this study. I'd like to know the significant impact that rocks are having on the environment. Because every day, not exaggerating, every day I walk down the trail, down the paved trail with my leash dog, and I see syringes, and I see cigarette butts, and I see empty booze bottles. And I'd like to know what the impact on the environment is on those items, and especially the cigarette butts. And the Park Service has a problem with these that, brought, just a little bit of joy during the pandemic, and they're beautiful. And I'd like to know how these rocks are destroying the environment of Carson City, Nevada, whereas, the syringes and the cigarette butts are okay. I was passionate about the dog issue, but when I saw the rocks also, and that's why I stayed this whole time, it's like, you've got to be kidding me. But yeah, I really want to hear the data. And because the Park Service has some policy considering it graffiti, well, we've got a lot of problems in this town, and some beautiful, pretty rocks on, among, other rocks that are plain. I just don't see how that's destroying Carson City right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you all. This is a tough one to go against because these are beautiful. The statements in the paper suggest that because there's a certain desire to be able to express yourself, there is also the possibility of people mistreating that option. Also, the materials that are used on the rocks as far as paint, where those rocks come from, where they end up. If those 300 rocks then could have been turned into maybe a sale to raise money for a specific cause or something like that, and somebody took them, leaving them at these positions and locations is tough. And because I'm really mixed on this, because emotionally I can see that we need outlets, and these are ways to communicate in a really neat, beautiful, and artistic. But I have to agree with the principle that the city, I feel the city's leave no trace principle should be ruled and should be kept. I think there are opportunities that we can maybe do for fundraisers or such like that. Let people bring their painted rocks, have them out. If someone purchases them or makes a donation towards an organization or such. But once that opportunity is done, then those rocks should be removed. I think it's inviting problems of materials, and I understand that those things are going to be there a while. That paint breaks down and that goes into the environment. Yes, needles and such, I run into that all the time. I walk almost everywhere I go if I can't possibly get to my errands. So the thing for me is, this can be a great opportunity for the city. If the rocks come from individuals, they come down painted, and whether they're painted with great stuff that's going to last forever or not, people could make a donation towards an organization or such. But when that event is over, those rocks should be removed. That's not what the parks are about. I also think that we ought to start watching out for the needles more. That was something I wouldn't have brought up, but for the other person that spoke. I know you're all tired, and I hate to go against something so beautiful, but I think there's a time and place. And open space. And if you read the article, it doesn't say, each rock is poison. There are organizations that are very conscientious about that. But so I just appreciate your opportunity to bring this up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
All right, so. Yes, during the pandemic. Supposed to do. Oh, there we go. So each rock is picked up and it is thoroughly scrubbed and washed. Thoroughly. It is fully painted and then it is fully sealed, not once, not twice, but 3 times with UV protection, the whole thing. So it will take quite a bit of time for these rocks to break down. Number 2, they are only placed along the cinder block wall on the V&T trail, not towards the river where it runs down out of the whatever it is. The cinder block wall, which was freshly repaved with tar and painted with a yellow line. Was that yellow line sealed to protect our environment? Many residents walk along this half-mile strip. You do not know. You talk about community coming together. How many comments have come? And how the rocks have rotated. Meaning, yes, all of my rocks disappear. But who cares if it brings a little bit of joy to somebody? And guess what? More people are doing it to bring joy to others. I'm not talking about hiking trails. I'm not talking about putting them in riverbeds. I'm talking about putting them on an asphalt half-mile, stretching it against a cinder block wall. Seriously, people. They're not contaminated. They're not anything. There's more dog shit out there than there are rocks. So let's get our priorities straight. Are we talking about bringing happiness and bringing community together? Or are we talking about leaving a bare asphalt strip up against a cinder block wall, pristine? The end. Cannot believe this. Please help yourself. I will be leaving all of these. I hope they bring joy to you. If there are any left over, grab a second one.
All right, well, thank you. I don't usually comment, but I don't think this board sits as somebody that is against anything you did. So I felt like you were upset with us, but we weren't given a chance to discuss this, but I don't want you leaving here thinking that the whole system is down on you. So you just got stuck in a new policy that, just like the trails that we're working on. So thank you for your art and that emphasis, and I'm sorry, and I can't say anymore, I'll get myself in trouble here.
The point is, when they take a look at the policy.
I understand that, and that's all you're stepping into is that first part of the discussion, and we're a bureaucracy, and then we'll work it out. So thank you for that. And the only thing you had to do was the memorial part of this.
I feel like I stuck my foot in way too long. So
Sorry, no, you didn't do anything. So, so we clarify that the memorial policy, do we have to make a motion not to take action on an item that's on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, so we were just on item 6A.
Right.
Are we going to table that for future
That's-
discussion? I just want to make sure. Was there a motion for that?
Well, that's why I'm asking about the memorial first, and I was going to ask
But
about this one.
we're on item 6A right now.
I know, but so if I had to do an action, I figured on that one, I knew I had to do one on this one. So, yeah, do we need to make a motion to move this to the next joint meeting?
It's listed as discussion only, but
Right.
I think it would be beneficial for those folks that are very passionate about that project or about that topic. And staff does have a presentation for you, but I get the late hour. You don't want to hear that tonight. So I would suggest tabling that item if you're open to that.
Right, I
It's
haven't got
item
that far
6A.
yet. I haven't got that far
Okay.
yet. I was working on them
I
one
just,
at
we
a
were
time.
talking about memorials, but I want to make sure we're staying on the agenda item.
No, I was
that's
just talking to
presented.
her.
Oh,
We're
okay.
talking about
I
it.
think we were confused.
So that she understood, because she was going to do that part. That's why I was asking. Okay, so Jen wants me to first ask, can I have a motion to the public that this item be brought to the next agenda, the joint meeting? Is that what you're looking for, is a motion for a joint meeting?
Let me try. I move to table agenda item 6A to be discussed at our next joint meeting.
There you go. We've got a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous. Then we'll bump back up to 5B. The memorial policy was for action. Do we need to, so I need a motion to not table it, but I guess table's the right word. So I need a motion to move that forward to the next joint meeting.
I move.
Do I have a second? That's a little weak on the motion there. I think. Yeah.
I second.
Is there heartburn over there on that? Are we okay?
I mean, we're open to anything you would like. The memorial policy hasn't really changed. We incorporated your changes at the last meeting, so.
No, I meant as far as the motion went.
Looking for a motion to approve.
Oh, just to approve it?
Yes,
Oh, I had
you've
some
all
que-
read it,
Oh,
and we've
see, I had
talked about
questions.
it.
I had questions on that.
It's like a 2-year process now, so that one,
Oh.
we might be able to
Without any
tie up.
discussion?
I don't know.
I'm willing to discuss. I mean, she's been working on it.
I only had one short question on that item. Was there anybody else that had any comments on the memorial? Since we're gonna move it back to an action item again? I understand that, to get something done tonight, huh?
Yeah,
Wouldn't that be nice? I have no trouble with that. I was here till midnight, I figured. But
I have one quick comment regarding the memorial. As we move forward, I would just suggest that on the webpage that there be a very easy to find link. So when somebody does make a donation and the listing, that it be very easy to find, and I think it'll be a nice way to acknowledge donors.
We would be happy to do that. We've also talked about some other next steps might be like a brochure with memorial benches and, handouts that we could provide opportunities for people so they can visually see what options might be available to them that are recommended in this policy. They don't have to read this whole document.
was there a motion on the floor?
There was a motion.
There was a motion on the floor? There was no second? Okay, we're okay. All right.
Did you have questions?
Yeah, I have questions, but I was waiting for anybody else before I speak. Not yet. It's okay. I know you want to get going. Anybody have any questions on the memorial? I only have one question, and it's more of as much as a comment as a question. I'm a firm,
We have a
So-
motion. There's a motion on the,
oh, there was?
yes.
I second.
Commissioner Whitefield moved
Oh, we
and
finished it. Oh, I didn't hear him finish it.
Supervisor
Okay, so do I have
Sheedy
a second?
seconded.
Yeah.
Lisa second? Okay, so,
Or did you second? Who?
yeah, I still got time. Still a discussion period of whether we're going to change it or not.
Oh,
I really want to see support for the Park Foundation, and this was kind of just like the Park Foundation was mentioned just lightly off, like they can take money there. So I would hate to see competition between the foundation and the Parks Department for memorial funds when like when people die, the obits, you give your money. So the city seems to be wanting the money more than the foundation. If I was on the foundation board, I'd be sitting there saying, no, we want to be first on the list for people giving money for benches and facilities inside the park system. So, but the board needs to speak to that, not to me, because I don't represent them. But it's in there, and it says they can give them the money, but there's no way to do it, and there's not really a strong way of saying that's a part of the giving. So I don't think we can solve it, Jen. They might want to think about that.
Well, I think it could be either way. They
I know,
could
but
donate
it-
the money to the city or the foundation, and the same project in the end would be fine. If people are looking for that that
Well,
nonprofit donation tax write-off. I mean, we can work with the foundation on the brochures, and I think there's a partnership
there you
opportunity.
go. That's what I'm asking, is to give them, let people know there's a choice. Because sometimes on obits, they give money to a certain fund, and you might end up with a lot of money. And then in other nonprofits like the Rim Trail, we sold stuff, and we got the money for the nonprofit and ended up giving the money to the Forest Service, but we could get more money through donations than the city could. There's more of a willingness on the public's part to give to a foundation than to government. When, they see government as all the money and stuff. So that's all I was going to talk about, but you can internally do that and work with the foundation.
Absolutely. I don't think that needs to be spelled out in the policy, and we
Okay.
work with the foundation all the time, and we'd be happy to encourage the donations to go through them.
That was my comment. So thank you on that. So I got a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Sorry, I think there was some confusion on the motion. And so initially, the motion was to postpone the conversation
That
for
wasn't
next
seconded.
time.
That wasn't
That
seconded.
wasn't seconded.
Right.
So then, okay, now the motion is,
And you seconded.
and I seconded the motion to recommend the draft policy. Correct. Just
We're all
wanted to
square.
clarify.
Good. Keep us all in line. It's late. There you go. All right. Any more discussion? I'll ask one more time. Seeing none, call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we can all say we got a lot of business done tonight. So we got.
We got something done.
So I'm going to pass this on. Let's see. Well, the director's report said they're going to pass on that because our foreheads are hitting the counter in front of us. Is there anything that director wanted to say that needs to be said?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Mills Park survey is still up. Go to carson.org, fill that out. We have over 900 responses already. We do have some open positions. All of our seasonal positions are open, parks, aquatics, youth, you name it. We just got raises for all of our seasonal positions starting July 1st. So we do pay at least $12 an hour and on up, which is great. We have some full-time positions open, arts and culture coordinator, recreation coordinator for sports. We just hired our natural resource specialist, Samantha Essig. She'll be starting soon. Our new supervising lifeguard, Albert Hargrave, and Caitlin Bodette is our new theater coordinator. So we have a lot of new staff. That's exciting. That's it.
Wow.
What about volunteer coordinator? Were you hiring that?
We're in the process. We did interviews and we're working on the volunteer coordinator right now. So I don't have an announcement quite yet.
Okay, so I guess you can ask your members first, I guess, huh? They're members of your elite club.
Members of the Elite Parks Club, are there any announcements?
I just have a shout, oh, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I'm hogging the mic tonight. I have a shout out to Dan Earp and Mike Freeman. They led a wonderful kayak trip to Donner Lake, and we had a ball. Windy conditions, and man, we were like, but it was wonderful. Also, a shout out to Carson Tahoe Hospital, who teamed with Parks and Rec and helped buy these amazing kayaks. If you haven't participated in an event like kayaking or snowshoeing or hiking, please do so. It's wonderful, and it's such just a great thing that this community does. So that's my announcement.
All right, I've got 4 quick ones. Jen, I've received a lot of positive feedback on the gun range and how wonderful the range master is. He's nice, he's knowledgeable, he doesn't make people feel like idiots. That was a comment. And the only thing they asked is maybe give him a name tag so they know who they're talking to. But lots of positive comments. Yes, my name is. The water at the Fuji Dog Park, the drain was fixed, so the dogs are no longer playing mud puddles, sadly for them, happily for us. The disc golf community wants to know if you would be adverse to them putting up practice baskets at the Livermore complex. I said I'd ask, no promises. And then the regulars at Sonoma want to know if they can make donations to the Park Foundation for a second water fountain there. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. No meeting is complete without mention of pickleball. So this is coming up in advance, but we have just opened registration for our fundraising tournament at the MAC on October 22nd and 23rd. Registration will be open until the 20th of September, and we'll be playing a 2-day tournament with men's doubles, women's doubles, and mixed doubles over 2 days. And should be a really exciting event. I can't give you the name, but if you look on pickleball brackets, you can find it. Just search for Carson City on pickleball brackets and you'll find the tournament. I've already got a couple of registrations and we just opened it last night, so pretty excited about that. And if you haven't been to Mills Park lately, didn't see the pickleball courts, you might see that the kitchens in the pickleball courts are now painted blue. That was done a couple months ago, and we're pretty excited about that too. Everybody's having a good time down there, so that's it for me. Thank you.
Open space. Outdo them here. Come on. Donna's got something?
I always have something. Thanks to Greg and his intern, we have almost all of the historic Virginia and Truckee Trail signs are up, the wayfinding signs. So we're in the process of completing our map, and as soon as that's complete, we'll be able to put that on the National Rails to Trails website, which will give us a lot more people finding their way to Carson City to do the trail. And we're really working on getting hopefully some easements in Douglas County, and we'll be working with Douglas County on their master plan for bicycling and pedestrian trails. And they pretty well already told us that the historic Virginia and Truckee Trail will be recognized. And we're going to be submitting a pre-application for Conserve Nevada, hopefully getting a grant for the first engineering study on the bridge over the Carson River.
Oh.
Don't know if we'll get it, but we'll apply.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Casey.
I just want to add, I had some out-of-town guests over the last month and a half or so, and I took them down to Riverview, up to V&T, and there was one other place, I can't remember what. Oh, I think it was the Korean War Memorial in the Riverview area there. But the new signs that we had, the Buzzy's Ranch, the new signs that are up all over the new parts anyway, not at Korean War Memorial at the Riverview. They were so impressed with them. They're like, this is really professional, and they recognize that the consistency in the design and everything. And they just thought, wow, a little tiny town like Carson City has got some pretty serious professionalism going there. So I just thought, accolades to all of you guys in the parks.
Anything else? So next on the agenda, I guess, is for both of us is future agenda items, but I assume that's for joint meetings instead of our individual ones, or is it for individual too?
So I had a thought. We have in August, the Open Space Advisory Committee is scheduled to meet on August 15th. The Parks and Recreation Commission is actually scheduled to meet on August 16th because that's National Night Out Month, so we don't have our normal first Tuesday of the month for the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. What if we had a joint meeting in August because both agendas were pretty light? We could bring back the rest of the dog use policy to discuss. If there's people you want us to notice about that, we have a little bit of time to do that. We would just bring it as is, so we don't have to try to recreate it. And then we can have the Painted Rock discussion at that item as well, and maybe we just have those 2 items only. We didn't have anything else that was huge. We did have Carson Cinema Club was going to come do a presentation at the Park Commission for Park of the Month, but we could always have them come another time.
15th or 16th?
Maybe whoever's, the most people that are available, which one of those nights. The good thing is this
Well,
room
we've
is
already
reserved
booked it
both
on our
nights.
calendars. Yeah, we already booked it on our calendars. Yeah.
So,
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm out of town on the 15th, so the 16th would be great. You're out of town on the 15th. Would the 16th work? Nighttime.
So is 16th? 16, 16, 16?
Either's fine for me.
Well, there's more 16ers down there than the 15ers.
So we'll cancel the meeting on the 15th for the Open Space Advisory Committee. We'll have a joint meeting of Open Space and Parks Commission on Tuesday, the 16th at 5:30. We'll discuss the dog rules item and the painted rocks. Anything else that you want to see on there?
No, but it'd be nice if we put the artwork first again this time.
Okay, absolutely. And in the meantime, if there's areas you want us to post about those topics, we'll post at the V&T Trail for sure for the painted rock discussion, to make sure that they're aware of that, but for the dog use items. And I think we're gonna focus, because you approved a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors tonight for the special use facilities, and the amendments that we had in there, so we'll be focusing that discussion on open space and trails, correct?
Right, so hopefully all we have to discuss are those 3 or 4 groups, open space trails. Everything else is gone.
We might be able to, I think Lindsay and I might be able to go back and, based on the discussion tonight, make those just brief changes in that new draft. I think it's pretty minor, so we can revise that based on what you approved tonight.
You know, I don't see the open space meetings pop up in Carson now, like I do the Board of Supervisors.
What do you mean?
Well,
Pop up?
you know.
Oh.
Advertise, like
Oh,
the Board
okay.
of Supervisors.
I can look into that and see what they do.
Because, you know, people complain that they don't get noticed, but the only way I know to get things noticed is in Carson now. We don't have.
I can find out about that.
Hey, Jen, what if maybe we had the pet stores post a notice about that meeting, the dog, you know, like Sierra LeBone and PetSmart and such? That might be,
But that doesn't get to the neighbors that don't.
no,
have
but it would be a start, at least another avenue to notify them.
Yeah, we could do that, and then if you come up with any other ideas, you know, in the next week or so, just email Lindsay or I, and we'll figure that out.
Well, you know.
And at those 4
I've
parks.
not been able to get online at all tonight. I don't know what's gone on with the Wi-Fi. It has not worked. But I noticed when I went to carson.org, it looks like there was something about next door neighbor or something. Yeah, do we post on next door neighbor, and how did that pop up on carson.org?
Well, the next door item, the painted rock discussion, there's been long discussions on Nextdoor with the residents about that specific item.
Oh, is that?
So it wasn't the city posting that.
Oh, okay.
But it was,
Couldn't
you
figure
know,
out
neighbors
that-
in the community commenting. So, okay, so we're on future agenda items, so we'll take that, we'll do the 16th, we'll get that out to you.
Okay, so next on the agenda is there's a public comment, one final public comment opportunity.
Thank you, Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you all. I'd like to say this, and it just seems to be out of context, but I think it's really important for me. Parks and open spaces are wonderful. Carsons should have as much and all they can. My difficulty is that parks are not open spaces. They're contrived. They're built for human interaction with activities that are designed, put on that area, and set for their enjoyment. Open spaces are supposed to be for the natural habitat, the plants, and the wildlife. And because we need access to that to know what it's about and to enjoy, we have to have trails. And we have to have then with that consideration for parking for people, all of those type of things. But I think they're very clearly different. And I think this dog thing really opened my eyes to a situation that I think dogs in open spaces, dealing with wildlife and such, people on parks that are fenced. I'm not one that likes fences, and I know there has to be some type of situation with the dogs and such, but another thing I would like to say is thank everyone for responding to my concerns. I had concerns about slurry seal up above WNC on the VNT trail, and I didn't know if that was open space, parks, BLM, Department of Forestry, or any college, or, the college grounds. And so I wasn't aware that that was going to happen. I think it was a very unfortunate circumstance of my finding out at a point where it put me in a bit of a panic, because I'm going, if they're going to do this to all the trails, if they're going to slurry seal what we call a trail or a path and make it into a road, then I want to be involved and I want to know about it. But by the time I got involved, all the slurrying that was set up, because it seems that it's easier and more efficient financially to get one contractor in to do it all. But I'd like to suggest that we need to address these things individually. It was a terrible match, a mismatch for the purpose, and the location were bad. The fact that sage trees are going away and the bodies of their neighbors, the other plants that have been taken out, are left at their feet. If you read anything about sage, they talk, they communicate just like lawns and other trees and different things like that. They can live to be 100 if we leave them alone, but we are their biggest destroyer with all the construction, the development, and all that. Thank you very much for the consideration.
Do we do a joint adjournment? Do we do separate adjournments? Just good night. Good night.
Giving our DA heartburn.
Do I get any movement for adjournment?
We're outta
So
here.
moved and tripled.
Break.